We're going to get going in a couple of minutes, so.
Congressman Deutsch, thank you for joining us, sir.
The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4, the chair may postpone further proceedings on approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment. Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements or extraneous materials subject to the length limitation and the rules on today's business. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously mentioned address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members, staff, and all others physically present in this room, per guidance from the Office of Attending Physician, masks must be worn at all times during today's markup, except when a member is speaking in a microphone. Please also sanitize your seating area. The chair views these measures as a safety issue and therefore an important matter of order and decorum for this proceeding. As a reminder to members joining remotely, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves, and please remember to mute yourself after you finish speaking. Consistent with HRES 965 and the accompanying regulations, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum. As members were notified yesterday, we intend to first consider 26 measures and their amendments en bloc. Then we will move on to consider the remaining measures and their amendments. Any roll call votes will be rolled to the end of the markup. Pursuant to notice, for purposes of markup, I now call up the measures and their amendments that were previously circulated to member offices, which without objection, will be considered en bloc, and each measure is considered as read, and the amendments to each are considered as read and are agreed to. Without objection, after remarks, the committee will vote to order the measures favorably reported en bloc as amended, if amended, and each amendment onto each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. The measures in the en bloc package are H.R. 6986, Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act, H.R. 7990, Fentanyl Results Act, HRES 1012, recognizing the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War and the transformation of the United States-Korea alliance into a mutually beneficial global partnership. HRES 697, recognizing the significance of a genuine autonomy of Tibet and the Tibetan people and the work His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama has done to promote global peace, harmony, and understanding. HRES 1100, reaffirming the strategic relationship between the United States and Mongolia and observing the 30th anniversary of democracy in Mongolia. HRES 751, reaffirming the partnership between the United States and the African Union and recognizing the importance of diplomatic security and trade relations. HRES 1077, expressing the sense of the House of Representatives on the continued importance of the United States-Lebanon relationship. HR 8409, Department of State Student Internship Program Act. HRES 672, expressing support of the 3 Cs initiative in its efforts to increase energy independence and infrastructure connectivity, thereby strengthening the United States and European national security. HRES 17, expressing concern over the detention of Austin Tice and for other purposes. HRES 823, condemning the government of Iran's state-sponsored persecution of the Baha'i minority and its continued violation of the international covenants on human rights. HRES 996, expressing the sense of Congress that the activities of Russian national Yevgeny Prigozhin and his affiliated entities pose a threat to the national interest and security of the United States and of its allies and partners. HRES 958, condemning the practice of politically motivated imprisonment and calling for the immediate release of political prisoners in the Russian Federation and urging action by the United States government to impose sanctions with respect to persons responsible for that form of human rights abuse. H.R. 8428, Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act of 2020. H.R. 8405, American Values and Security and International Athletics Act. H.R. 8259, to prohibit Russian participation in the G7 and for other purposes. H.Res. 825, recognizing the importance of entry into force of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT. H.R. 4636, partnering and leveraging assistance to stop trash for International Cleaner Seas Act. H.Res. 1121, urging the government of Burma to hold free, fair, inclusive, transparent, participatory, and credible elections on November 8, 2020. H.Res. 1115, calling for the immediate release of Trevor Reed, a United States citizen who was unjustly sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison. H.Res. 768, calling on African governments to protect and promote human rights through internet freedom and digital integration for all citizens across the continent of Africa. H.Res. 1150, urging the government of Côte d'Ivoire, opposition leaders, and all citizens to respect democratic principles, refrain from violence, and hold free, fair, transparent, and peaceful elections in October 2020. H.Res. 1145, condemning the poisoning of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and calling for a robust United States and international response. H.R. 4326, Sex Trafficking Demand Reduction Act. H.R. 7954, Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act of 2020. H.R. 8438, to reauthorize the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004. I recognize myself now to speak on the en bloc package. I support all these bipartisan measures, and I'm grateful to all our members on both sides of the aisle for their hard work. The legislation we're considering covers a massive range of global concerns, from Iran's persecution of religious minorities to the challenge posed by fentanyl and other synthetic drugs, to cleaning up our oceans. I'll mention a few in particular. Let me start with a bill introduced by Mr. Meeks, Mr. Kinzinger, and others that would set a red line about our expectations of Russian behavior. More than 6 years after Russia was kicked out of the G8 for invading Ukraine, it has only grown bolder and more aggressive. This bill would prohibit any funding for Russian participation in the G7 or a reconstituted G8 unless Russia, among other things, stops its efforts to meddle in our elections, that's the U.S. elections, and ends its occupations of sovereign Ukrainian and Georgian territory. I strongly support this measure and hope all my colleagues will do the same. Next, I'll turn to the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act from Mr. Smith, who has worked on these issues for years and years. This timely bill updates existing law to account for the most recent fraudulent elections and violent crackdowns by the Lukashenko regime. This bill would reauthorize assistance efforts, excuse me a minute. Okay. This bill sorry about that. This bill would reauthorize assistance efforts, target offenders in the August presidential election with sanctions, and help ensure we have a unified approach to Belarus with our partners and allies. I'm also proud to support these important resolutions relating to Russia's aggressive and abusive behavior inside Russia and around the world. These condemn the poisoning of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, underscore the absolutely rampant political imprisonments in Russia, and put the House on record saying that Yevgeny Prigozhin and his affiliates, individuals all closely linked to election interference efforts, pose a threat to the United States and allied security and interests. I'm glad that we have so many bipartisan measures today dealing with the serious challenge that Russia poses. We also have a resolution from Mr. LaHood and Ms. Shalala recognizing the importance of the friendship between the United States and Lebanon. And I'm glad Mr. Deutsch offered an amendment that recognizes the tragic explosion in Beirut that has left Lebanon in shambles. In the wake of this tragedy, the Lebanese people are demanding greater accountability from their government. I stand with them, and I urge support for this measure. Next, Mr. Green's resolution calls attention to the continued detention of American journalist Austin Tice and American doctor Majed Kamal Maz. They have been gone from their families for too long. Let me be clear, this resolution in no way seeks to legitimize the brutal Assad regime in Syria or their tactics of using American hostages as leverage. In fact, it's the opposite. Any regime that holds innocent civilians hostage for political purposes lacks any legitimacy whatsoever. Let me thank Mr. Malinowski for this bill that would provide Hong Kongers fleeing oppression from the Chinese government the opportunity to participate in American society. With China's passage of a national security law that undermined Hong Kong's autonomy and put many Hong Kongers in jeopardy, it's vital that we not close our doors to those who may seek refuge in our country. I was glad to join as an original co-sponsor of Mr. Levin's resolution, urging the government of Burma to ensure a free, fair, inclusive, and credible election on November 8th. This is another chance for Burma to move toward a democratic society in which all citizens are equally protected and enfranchised. This resolution calls on social media companies to make sure their platforms are not used to spread disinformation or misinformation or hate speech, and that's happening in Burma, here in the United States, and everywhere else. I'm also glad to support Mr. Phillips' measure calling for a free, fair, transparent, and peaceful election in Côte d'Ivoire. There's been a history of violence surrounding political transitions in Côte d'Ivoire. This measure reaffirms the ties between our countries and underscores our support for the Ivorian people as they stand up for peace and democracy. We also have a resolution from Chairwoman Bass and Mr. Smith calling on African governments to promote human rights through internet freedom. Too often we've seen governments use internet shutdowns as a way to stifle dissent, oftentimes of unrest or around elections. In Africa, this problem has gotten worse in recent years. This measure emphasizes the importance of open and secure internet access as a way to promote human rights and free speech. I strongly support all the measures we are considering today, and I urge all members to do the same. And I'll now recognize our ranking member, my friend, Mr. McCall of Texas, for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this markup. Today, over the last 21 months, I've been proud to work with you on countless measures, including those we will consider here today. I know this won't be my last opportunity, but I want to say thank you, Chairman Engel, for advancing so many important bipartisan measures and for your personal friendship. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that you will be missed. I just hope the next Congress can work as bipartisan as this one has, because if we don't get anything done. It's one thing I've learned in 8 terms of Congress. If you don't work across the aisle effectively, it's really hard to get good things done for the American people, and that's what the American people really want. And you have been a shining example of that, sir, and it's been an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to start by discussing an issue very close to my heart, an issue close to the heart of many Texans and Americans. Today we are considering a resolution introduced by Mr. Conaway and myself calling for the release of Trevor Reed, a Texan and former U.S. Marine who is being held as a political prisoner in Russia. Earlier this month, I was joined by Trevor's mother, Paula, when we introduced the resolution. She told me about her son, an Eagle Scout and former U.S. Marine, who had served his country with distinction. She told me how he was pursuing the American dream and that the Putin regime had taken that away from him when he sentenced Trevor to 9 years in a Russian labor camp on baseless charges. Passing this resolution will show that we in the Congress are committing to standing with Trevor, Paula, and his entire family every day until we can finally bring Trevor home and give him back his future. This resolution will also send a strong message to the Putin regime that America will not stand idly by as Putin and his cronies hold U.S. citizens as political pawns. I will also be offering an amendment today on a resolution calling for the release of Austin Tice and Majid Kamalmaz, 2 Texans who have been wrongfully detained in Syria for many, many years. I've met with Austin Tice's parents many times and have seen the pain in their eyes as they describe the 8 years they have spent trying to bring their son home while he sits in a Syrian prison in the worst conditions. I want to thank the administration for doing everything they have done to bring home Trevor, Austin, Majid, and all the Americans detained abroad. Congress will not rest, and I will not rest, until they have been safely reunited with their families. Today, we will be considering 28 measures total. And while we unfortunately couldn't agree on all of them, even the bills where we disagree on the details, we agree on the problems we face. And while I can't highlight all of the good bills we'll be considering, I want to thank some of my Republican colleagues for working on several bills for the markup, specifically Ms. Wagner for her work on the Sex Trafficking Demand Reduction Act, Mr. Shabbat for his work on the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act, and Mr. Smith for his work on reauthorizing the Belarus Democracy Act. I'm also pleased that we will be considering 2 bills I introduced with Chairman Engel, the Plastics Act and the American Values and Security in International Athletes Act. The Partnering and Leveraging Assistance to Stop Trash for International Cleaner Seas, or Plastics Act, would authorize the State Department and USAID to prioritize efforts to improve waste management systems and prevent and reduce plastic waste in developing countries. Every year, 8 million metric tons of plastic enter the oceans through the rivers. China contributes the largest share of this mismanaged waste, followed by other developing countries such as Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. This bill prioritizes U.S. leadership and supports partnerships with the private sector in order to support market-based solutions and leverage private capital. Our work to combat plastic waste is an investment in future generations and the health of our oceans and communities. The American Values and Securities in International Athletics Act would direct the State Department to establish a briefing program for American athletic delegations on human rights and privacy concerns in certain countries. The Chinese Communist Party used the 2008 Beijing Summer Olympics to whitewash its image and now is set to host the 2022 Winter Olympics. Ensuring Team USA is appropriately informed about human rights issues and intrusive surveillance will help prevent the CCP from using the Olympics to generate undeserved positive publicity. The Chinese Communist Party is the greatest long-term national security threat to the interests of the United States of America. The American people have woken up to their malign influence, and yesterday Republicans released our policy blueprint to address their harmful behavior, 2/3 of which, Mr. Chairman, are bipartisan bills. And I look forward to working with my friends across the aisle to help address this generational challenge. So with that, Chairman Engel, I again want to thank you for holding this markup and for your leadership and also your friendship. I ask unanimous consent also to enter into the record a statement by Mr. Conaway on the Trevor Reed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. Because of the hybrid virtual format of this markup, I'll recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the en bloc package. If you miss your turn to speak on the en bloc, please let our staff know, and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Does anyone wish to speak on the en bloc? Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for bringing forward an impressive group of bipartisan measures for the committee to consider, for working behind the scenes to make sure that those measures were bipartisan, and that the committee will do a tremendous amount of work today. But I especially want to join the ranking member in praising you for your decades of service to this House and for your last 2 years of leadership of this committee. I support all the measures that we're considering today. I have co-sponsored most of them. I particularly want to thank the chairman for bringing forward so many of my bills this Congress, and in particular, HRES 825, urging the United States to continue to be a leader on the Non-Proliferation Treaty and the entire global non-proliferation regime. This is the 50th anniversary of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, going into effect. Certainly, in the years after World War II, most political scientists and theorists would have thought that we would have fought several nuclear wars by now. But in fact, I believe the NPT has been the most important diplomatic accomplishment in our lifetimes. And while there are nine nuclear countries, without the NPT, there would be scores of nuclear countries. There are a number of pressing nonproliferation challenges today, and U.S. leadership will continue to be indispensable. This resolution calls for the U.S. to continue leading on issues of nonproliferation, including encouraging full compliance, promoting universal adoption of the additional protocol, discouraging the unlawful spread of uranium enrichment and reprocessing technologies, preventing a withdrawal of additional states, maintaining a global moratoria on nuclear explosive testing, and building toward a 2021 NPT review conference. I have enjoyed working with Mr. Shabbat and joining with him on the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act. This Debt for Nature program has been a critical tool to protect tropical rainforests and coral reefs. This will extend the program through 2025. Our climate crisis is real, and this is a part of a real response to that crisis. A number of us have thought that the full committee should focus more on Africa, and we begin to do that today by considering 4 pieces of legislation, 3 from the chair of the African Subcommittee, and I commend Karen Bass for the 3 bills that she has brought forward today. I also want to thank Dean Phillips for his important resolution addressing the upcoming election in Côte d'Ivoire, HRES 1150. It's important for the government there to publicly commit itself to free, fair, peaceful, and transparent elections, elections which, upon the conclusion, will lead to the winner assuming peacefully the reins of government. I believe it is outside the jurisdiction of this committee to pass a resolution saying the same thing about the United States, but let me take this opportunity to say that fair, free, peaceful elections and peaceful transfers of power are to be admired everywhere in the world. I want to commend Dita Titus for her work on HRES 1100, affirming the strategic partnership with Mongolia, and Tom Malinowski for his important bill, the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act. We have heard from activist Nathan Law and Brian Luong testify about the crackdown in China's new security law. I believe this important measure, along with my Hong Kong Autonomy Act, which was signed into law last month, is an appropriate response to China's violation of its commitments under the One Country, Two Systems agreement. Finally, I want to thank Andy Levin for HRES 1121, urging the government of Burma to hold fair, free, inclusive, transparent, participatory, and credible elections. And I would point out that this could be done only, that would fully be met only if the Rohingya people, whether they be in Burma, Myanmar, or whether they be in refugee camps, be given a chance to participate. So I thank the chairman for not only bringing these bipartisan bills forward, but for your work behind the scenes in designing a package of bills that have such universal support. I thank you for your service to this committee. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherman. Ms. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, for your service to this committee and to this Congress. We are grateful to you. I want to thank the ranking member, too, for all the work that he's done on all of our behalf to advance this bipartisan piece of legislation, so many of them at this markup, including my Sex Trafficking Demand Reduction Act and the Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act, which I am proud to co-lead with Representative McGovern. I introduced H.R. 4326, the Sex Trafficking Demand Reduction Act, to improve U.S. efforts to end demand for trafficked persons worldwide, a key element in preventing human trafficking. The international community, NGOs, international organizations, and human trafficking experts agree that ending the scourge of modern-day slavery requires countries to prioritize reducing the demand for trafficked persons. The United Nations and the European Union have established protocols and directives expressly addressing the need to prevent human trafficking by reducing demand that fosters exploitation. These protocols are founded in a body of research demonstrating the correlation between the adoption of policies that reduce or prohibit demand for commercial sex acts and advancements in the fight to end trafficking. The United States is also committed to reducing the demand for victims of trafficking, and I have been proud to work with the State Department's Trafficking in Persons Office to ensure the annual TIP reports address a country's laws and policies around demand. The TIP reports have the power to encourage foreign countries to bolster their anti-trafficking measures and coordinate international work to end trafficking. My bill requires the TIP office to consider countries' work to reduce demand for commercial sex acts, discourage participation in sex tourism, and educate people on the exploitation involved in sex trafficking in its annual report and country tier rankings. I am gratified by the strong bipartisan support for this bill, and I thank, in particular, my co-lead, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, for his work to end demand for victims of trafficking. I also thank fantastic advocates like Exodus Cry, Shared Hope, Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, Rights for Girls, and the National Center on Sexual Exploitation for their efforts in advancing my bill and legislation. I also urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6986, the Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act, which will improve the United States' ability to prevent human rights violations connected to the pandemic and improve its response to the future public health catastrophes. As countries around the world have sought to contain the virus and protect their citizens, some bad actors are using coronavirus response efforts as a pretext to chip away at the rights of their citizens, stifle protests, and limit the freedom of speech and of the press. We must hold accountable the authoritarians who see COVID-19 as an opportunity to suppress dissent. The Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act directs the United States to use a robust toolkit, including reporting, foreign assistance programming, and guidance to protect basic human rights during this time of uncertainty. I urge this committee to pass the Sex Trafficking Demand Reduction Act and the Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act, and I again thank the chairman and ranking member for including these important bills in today's markup. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wagner. Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me first join with what Ranking Member McCall and Congressman Sherman said about your leadership and your service. You're a great New Yorker, and your service to our country has been magnificent. You are indeed a true patriot and an individual that understands the significance of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And your presence here and your will be missed, but I will not allow our friendship to be missed because we will stay close. And I look forward to that. But thank you for your years of service. Let me first say thank you to Rep. Kinzinger and Rep. McCall for your cooperation in supporting the passing of H.R. 8259. Here again is where we put aside differences to work together. H.R. 8259 prohibits the use of federal funds to bring Russia back into the G7 before they end their occupations of Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and stop interfering in elections here and across Europe, none of which will happen during the U.S. presidency of the G7, which ends on January 2021. The G7 is organized on shared values, and unfortunately, we do not share the same approach to freedom, rule of law, and democracy as Russia. Congress should be on the record on this position, which is identical to the position of our allies in the G7. The UK, for example, said that unless Russia ceases its aggressive and destabilizing activity, the UK would not support the country's readmission to the group, end quote. The bill calls for reporting from the DNA on what the administration knows about Russia incentivizing the harm and killing of American soldiers by the Taliban, and I'm proud that we came together on this because we are one America. I also want to strongly support H.Res. 751 by Rep. Bass, which reaffirms the partnership between the United States and the African Union. I commend her on her work, which reaffirms that partnership, and we should all encourage Africa cooperation to address the largest socio-economic and local problems of the continent, whether it be climate change, water management, peace and security, or sustainable development. A multilateral approach will be needed to come up with lasting solutions. Also, I'd like to voice my support for two pieces of legislation designed to make sure the State Department doubles down on its commitment to diversity and hiring in the workplace. So thank you again to Rep. Bass and Rep. Castro for those efforts on H.R. 7673 and 8409, which address entry and mid-level positions. A diplomatic corps that reflects the diversity of this country is better placed to represent and espouse our values abroad. These are piecemeal but important steps in addressing forms of discrimination in hiring practices and at the workplace at stake. I look forward to continuing our work on these issues. Resolution 1145, which condemns the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, who only recently was able to leave the hospital bed in Germany. The poisoning of one of Putin's fiercest critics using a powerful nerve agent is more than deeply concerning, as was said by Secretary Pompeo. It underscores the reason why we cannot welcome today's Russian leadership into the G7 grouping. And lastly, H.R. 8438, I speak up, which was Rep. Smith and Captor, and I want to speak up in support of the reauthorization of the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004 with a deep commitment to preserving and strengthening liberty and democracy and human rights in Europe. The international community has condemned Belarus' August 9th presidential election as illegitimate. In response, the Belarusian people took to the streets demanding dignity and an election that reflects the will of the people. More to come. I look forward to continue to shine a light on the brave people in the streets of Belarus and compliment Congressman Smith and Captor. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me first of all join my colleague Michael McCall and others in thanking you for your extraordinary leadership as chairman. You and I have worked on so many issues, from Northern Ireland to Kosovo, to so many places in the world that have been hard-pressed with human rights abuses, and I just want to thank you for that friendship, your bipartisanship. You have been a class act, and we will miss you deeply. So thank you, Chairman Engel, for your leadership. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you as well for bringing the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act of 2020, and thank you to Ranking Member McCall for his leadership on this, Chairman Keating and Mr. Kissinger for their leadership as well, and Marcy Kaptur, who is also one of the co-sponsors, originals of this bill. Belarus is perhaps the nation most mired in its Soviet past, with an inefficient economy and a strongman autocrat in charge for over 2.5 decades. Yet the irrepressible spirit of freedom stirred among the people of Belarus, and when a patently false election result was announced on August 9th, declaring Alexander Lukashenko the winner, the people took to the streets. Now the world continues to recognize what the people of Belarus have been saying loud and clear for over 2.5 decades, but especially since August 9th, with their massive rallies, that the recent election was so fraudulent and lacked no credibility with anybody except Lukashenko and perhaps Russia. I was reading over a hearing last night that I had chaired 10 years ago after another fraudulent election with Alexander Lukashenko. And he resorted to the same tactics, but on a smaller scale. There weren't as many people out in the streets, but he just busted heads, tortured people, threw them in prison, and his bullies had their way with women and sexually abused them. Horrible stuff. The problem then was that the international community was strong at first, and then that fervor began to dissipate, and business as usual began to reemerge. We are now approaching almost 2 months since the fraudulent poll, and the people of Belarus, despite the brutal crackdown, are still organizing rallies of 100,000 people or more, demanding that Lukashenko leave power and leave Belarus to the people to whom it belongs. I would note to my colleagues that according to the UN Special Rapporteur, more than 10,000 peaceful protesters have been detained as of September 18th, and they need our help. Recent reports indicate that the police are using now, today, increasingly violent tactics against these peaceful demonstrators. We do have a window of opportunity, and we need to seize it with everything that we have. As my colleagues know, the leading opposition presidential candidate, Svetlana Aniskaya, who won the election by most accounts, of course, there's not access to the ballots, but it seems clear that she won the election, formed the Coordination Council. Svetlana is an incredibly brave woman. She ran a brilliant campaign, but today she is in exile in Lithuania, where she continues to rally the Belarusian people and the world. I want to thank Mr. Keating for putting together that WebEx a few weeks ago with her and some of the coordination leaders from the council. We all saw anew and afresh just how important it is that we stand behind her and behind all of the people of Belarus who have aspirations for free and fair elections and for a democracy. This bill today updates the Belarus Democracy Acts of 2004, 2006, and 2011 that I authored, and renews the personal, economic, and visa sanctions on an expanded list of bad actors in the Belarusian government, and, this is new, Russian individuals complicit in the crackdown. It calls for new elections. It recognizes the Coordination Council as a legitimate institution to participate in a dialogue on a peaceful transition of power. It calls for the release of all political prisoners. It supports the aspirations of the people of Belarus to exercise their religious freedom. It authorizes assistance to promote democracy and civil society in Belarus. It unequivocally states that it is the policy of the United States, quote, not to recognize any incorporation of Belarus into a union state with Russia. It requires a U.S. strategy to promote broadcasting, internet freedom, and access to information. It requires a report on the personal assets of Alexander Lukashenko. We know he has acquired wealth We need to know how much it is, and the people of his country who have been repressed by him for so long need to know what a kleptocrat he has been. In addition, it also gives much-needed support to the Belarusian media and the IT sector. So I just want to thank my colleagues. It's a totally bipartisan bill. I want to thank Katie Earle for her work on the bill. I want to thank Jackie Ramos, Pierre Tozzi, Patrick, Doug Anderson. There are just many who have worked together fast, quickly, and effectively, and members to put together this bipartisan legislation. We need to stand in solidarity with the great people of Belarus. And I yield back, and I thank my good friend for recognizing.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and thank you for those kind words. And of course, I thank everyone for those kind words, people who spoke before. Mr. Sires.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to say kind words about you also. I want to thank you for your friendship. I want to thank you for always being there for me, working with me, letting me be part of the committee and always being very helpful to me on issues that are important to me. So I thank you and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
I want to speak briefly about H.R. 8259, which would prohibit Russian participation in the G7. I would also like to thank my colleague, Congressman Meeks, for introducing this important legislation. Last year, this committee and the House of Representatives passed the bipartisan resolution I sponsored that will disapprove Russia's future inclusion in G7 summits until it respects the territorial integrity of its neighbors and adheres to the standards of democratic societies. In the months since my resolution was passed, Russia has not stopped its aggressive behavior and continues to undermine democratic institutions around the world. This legislation builds on the House's disapproval of Russia inclusion in the G7. And it makes it clear that the United States does not accept Russia's blatant effort to influence elections. Protecting the integrity of our electoral system should be a bipartisan priority, and we must show that there are consequences for foreign interferences. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Sires. Mr. Chabot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I get into the bills, I too would like to say some nice things about you, and they're very heartfelt. I've been on this committee for 24 years now. You've been here a little longer than that, but you've been an inspiration to a lot of us. We don't agree on everything, obviously, we're different parties, but you've always treated us with the utmost respect in the majority as you are now, but when you were in the minority as well. You were able to accomplish great things because of the person you are. You literally are one of the nicest people in this institution on either side. And that goes a long way, I think. You know, you're just a very kind and decent person, and it matters to a lot of us. And it lets us get things done. And you've accomplished great things. You really have. You could probably move to Albania and become the leader of that nation. There may be other countries around the globe where that's the case. Kosovo, absolutely. So I would encourage you perhaps to consider that, but you deserve a rest after what you've been put through over the years, especially over the last year. But thank you so much for that. Thank you for working with us, both in the majority and minority. That's one of the great things about this committee. We tend to work together. I'm the ranking member of the Small Business Committee. That's another committee we actually have a very good working. Nydia Velasquez and I work together closely. You know, some committees it's better than others, but just thanks for everything you've done for our country and the world, really. You know, thanks for being who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chabot. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
I don't know if I have any time to talk about the bills now, but I'm going to try. We have quite a few good bills in the en bloc package. 26 might be a record. First, I'd like to focus on my bill quickly here, the H.R. 7954, the Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Reauthorization Act of 2020. It's bipartisan legislation that I introduced along with my friend, Mr. Sherman, who's a really nice guy, too. Not as nice as Mr. Engel, but pretty damn nice. Pretty nice. Earlier this summer, we introduced, it's a companion bill to legislation led by Senator Portman in the Senate. Some of the most endangered and biologically diverse tropical forests and coral reefs are in developing countries, and it's in the interest of the whole world to protect and responsibly manage these resources so that they're there for our children and our grandchildren. Today's legislation simply extends the act that set up a debt forgiveness program under which developing nations can have debt they owe the United States forgiven in exchange, and I want to emphasize in exchange, for investing in local conservation work to sustain their critical ecosystems. Agreements under this program not only support conservation, but also strengthen local economies and responsibly use these resources, as well as civil society groups and partner nations that conduct conservation work. Essentially, the program follows the old adage of teaching a man to fish by helping developing countries learn how to better manage their natural resources. Further, many developing countries are no doubt considering Chinese investment. This program gives the State Department one more tool as it tries to counter Chinese investment and its often nefarious consequences. I'd next like to briefly turn to three resolutions quickly that I'm also co-sponsoring. HRES 1121 calls for free, fair, and inclusive elections in Burma. And I want to thank Mr. Levin for asking me to be the lead Republican on this measure. Due to its civil war and ethnic divisions, Burma has a long way to go to consolidate its fledgling democracy. Holding a credible election that includes all ethnic groups, as well as those like the Rohingya who have fled the country, is a critical step toward that goal. Second, we have HRES 1077, which reaffirms our support for the U.S.-Lebanon relationship. Lebanon is suffering right now after the horrific explosion in Beirut this summer and under terrible economic conditions brought on by the chronic mismanagement of the country by leadership that's beholden to Hezbollah. We need to continue to support the Lebanese people and help to see them through these tough times. And finally, HRES 823, which condemns the Iranian government's persecution of the Baha'i minority. The Baha'i faith espouses the virtues of peace and unity, cooperation, service, and education, and an end to prejudice. The Iranian people, therefore, have nothing to fear from the Baha'i, and the Iranian government's hatred of the Baha'i shows their true colors. I'm pleased to support this legislation. So with these considerations in mind, I would urge my colleagues to support the en bloc package, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Chabot, and thank you again for those kind words. They're very much appreciated. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and of course, you're not leaving us yet, but thank you for such a long and distinguished career and for the spirit in which you have managed this committee, both as the ranking member and as now chairman, in empowering members and seeing that their substantive work comes to fruition. And that's not an easy job. I look around this room and I see the portraits of past chairs, and I've known every one of them going back to Clem Zablocki, who's over there. And I hope it makes your heart full to be in that distinguished company. And as somebody once said, losing like winning is a passing phenomenon in politics. So be comforted. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be brief. Thank you for bringing all of these, you and Mr. McCall, for bringing the en bloc bills before us. We cover a lot of waterfront. I particularly want to commend the H.R. 1012, Ami Barrett's bill on recognizing the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War. We had one colleague left, who served in the Korean War, Charlie Rangel. And, you know, this relationship has come a long way, and Korea has gone from being a absolutely bottom of the pile poor country to being a star among Asian tigers. And a lot of that has to do with this alliance and this relationship. Also want to commend Mr. Yoho for HRES 697 on Tibet. I led the first congressional staff delegation to Tibet in 1986 and saw firsthand some of the ravages of the Cultural Revolution and other depredations inflicted on the Tibetan culture and people, especially in the exercise of their worship in Tibet at the hands of the Chinese. I also had the privilege of meeting with His Holiness the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala, India, where he is living, last year, and was really struck with the spirit of peaceful reconciliation with which he still tries to approach his Chinese adversaries, and it's very admirable. I also want to thank you for bringing up H.R. 8489, the Department of State Student Internship Program, because internships in the federal government are spotty, they're not systematic, and they're not well used for recruitment of new employees like the private sector. So I think this bill helps move at least the State Department in that direction, and I know that my assignment on my other committee, we're going to continue to pursue that. Finally, I want to thank Mr. Meeks for his leadership on making sure that Russia is not invited to any G7 meeting until we see Russia's behavior significantly improve, and that they, as Mr. Shabbat and I have said year in and year out, and until they leave Crimea. That's an illegal annexation, and we're not going to recognize it. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of my colleagues for a set of really very useful bills that are going to move forward our foreign policy agenda, and I wish you well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Now my traveling partner to North Korea, Mr. Wilson.
And thank you very much, Chairman Elliott Engel and lead Republican Michael McCall, for calling this markup today. There are many measures before us today due to the dedicated bipartisan leadership of Chairman Elliott Engel, who my family, particularly led by my wife Roxanne, knows is a statesman. And indeed, I appreciate you raising that you and I are the only two members of Congress who have been to Pyongyang, a Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And that's why the first resolution I mentioned is so significant, the 70th anniversary. And to see the contrast of North Korea to South Korea, there could not be a greater contrast of the difference between freedom and democracy and totalitarian existence in the Korean Peninsula. So again, congratulations on your success. First, I'd like to thank the committee for bringing House Resolution 1012, recognizing the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War and the transformation of the United States-Korea alliance into a mutually beneficial global partnership. Based on our mutual sacrifices, the United States and South Korea have laid a foundation of freedom, democracy, and extraordinary economic prosperity. I am grateful to serve as co-chair of the Congressional Korea Caucus and encourage my colleagues to support this important measure. I'm also grateful for Chairman Engel's leadership on the two resolutions dealing with Putin, House Resolution 958 and House Resolution 996. By making these two resolutions today, the committee is shedding much-needed light on the growing crisis with political prisoners in Putin's Russia, as well as the malign proxy wars in Syria, Libya, Ukraine, and beyond. I'd also like to commend the chairman of the Middle East Subcommittee, Ted Deutsch, for his leadership on human rights in Iran with House Resolution 823, condemning Iran's state-sponsored persecution of the Baha'i minority. I was grateful to serve as the Republican lead for this resolution, and I hope today's meeting will highlight Iran's long history of violations of the international covenants on human rights. We in Congress will never cease to advocate for the liberty of the freedom-loving and deserving people of Iran who've been hijacked and oppressed by the terrorist regime in Tehran. Lastly, I'd like to comment on House Resolution 17 regarding the illegally detained Austin Tice. We, as the United States Congress, always will support efforts to free Americans held abroad by terrorist groups and rogue regimes. But I'm concerned that this approach here today of publicly endorsing engagement with Assad, a mass murderer and war criminal, is misguided. Assad has presided over the genocide of his own people by gassing his people, and he has butchered innocent Syrians and holding thousands as we speak today. We should never take a public stance legitimizing such a regime. Now this bill is just a resolution, but I want to make it clear to the Assad regime today that the United States Congress will never legitimize you. We will never give you diplomatic recognition, and we will always call for you to be held accountable for the atrocities committed and continue to commit against humanity and your citizens. Chairman Engel, in your landmark Caesar Syrian Civilian Protection Act, you've made clear that sanctions relief for the Syrian regime should not be on the table until all political prisoners in Syria are free. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. I hope that all members of this committee will stand to ensure that it's indeed what happens. My amendment today reiterates Caesar's bill's call to the criminal Assad regime to release all political prisoners and allow international human rights organizations access to the prisons. Thank you, Chairman and Republican leader, for including the amendment today. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for those kind words. Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Chairman Engel and Ranking Member McCall, for bringing these important bills to the committee today. And you know, of course, Mr. Chairman, I have to join in with all of my other colleagues in thanking you for your service. And I know this isn't our last meeting, but I look forward to celebrating your leadership in future meetings. I know that there's still a few more months for you to serve, but I have really enjoyed your friendship, your openness, and your leadership, and your bipartisan way that you have run this committee. I would like to speak in favor of HRES 751, 768, 7673, 1150, and 8409. I will begin with our need to reaffirm our support to the African Union as proposed in HR 751 that I am doing in conjunction with Ranking Member Chris Smith. This bill recognizes the important role of the African Union and expresses bipartisan support for the AU so that this institution can take the lead in diplomacy, security, health, and trade across Africa. I also look forward to, in the future, looking to other ways that we can strengthen the African Union and our relationship with the AU. I now turn to HRES 768, which I'm also doing with Ranking Member Smith, which calls on African governments to protect and promote human rights through internet freedom and digital integration for all citizens across the continent of Africa. Some African governments suppress internet freedoms and digital integration by blocking internet sites, censorship of content, onerous licensing requirements, and illicit monitoring and surveillance. Information and freedom of expression are pillars of an open, free, and democratic society, and this bill encourages governments to actively pursue laws and policies that protect and promote human rights online and offline. The bill also highlights how China and Russia's digital activity across Africa exposes individuals to greater monitoring, surveillance, and disinformation, and encourages countries and technology companies to resist contracts with authoritarian states like China and work closely with technology companies and social media services to prevent or take down disinformation by Russia and other actors. Additionally, I encourage you to support Mr. Phillips' bill, HRES 1150, to encourage the government of Côte d'Ivoire, the opposition, and its citizens to respect democratic principles and hold free, fair, transparent, and peaceful elections. I also urge you to support H.R. 8409, the Department of State Student Internship Program. The State Department currently offers paid and unpaid internships through the academic year and over the summer. Unpaid internships, however, limit the pool of candidates to those who have the financial means to participate. The bill authorizes the department to pay all participants in its student internship program, as well as provide housing and travel assistance under certain circumstances. The bill makes it possible for students from all parts of the country, all socioeconomic levels, and all backgrounds to participate in internship programs, thereby diversifying our foreign service and national security workforce. I urge you to support this bill and all the other bills in bloc. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Mr. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too stand with everybody else and ditto what everybody else says. You have been a great friend, and New York is going to lose a great representative. Today I rise in support of H-Res 697, a bill I introduced 1 year ago to recognize the work of the Dalai Lama, who has done much to promote peace and understanding and to further strengthen U.S.-Tibet relationships. As many of you know, the people of Tibet have faced harsh and oppressive treatment at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party in the Tibet Autonomous Region since 1959, when the Dalai Lama had to flee for his life. Most recently, reports have emerged that the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, is also building forced labor camps and re-education centers in Tibet, similar to the ones found across Xinjiang, where the Uyghurs and other ethnic populations, like the East Turkestans, are subject to brainwashing, slave labor, torture, rape, and even death. And if you think about brainwashing, basically it's renouncing one's beliefs through intimidation. It's changing the way people look at their politics and forces them to change their personal attire, how they dress, how they talk. It changes how you educate your children and one's personal religious beliefs, a right in this country our founding fathers felt so strongly about. They put it in our First Amendment. We must not let the fate of the Tibetan people mirror that of the people of Xinjiang. Congress stands united here today in support of the Tibet struggle for autonomy, freedom, and religious freedom. While the Chinese Communist Party works to destroy over an estimated 2/3 of its people's temples and mosques to cancel or erase their existence. Although I do not wholly support all the pieces of legislation in this en bloc amendment process and markup, I'm reminded of the great British philosopher, Sir Mick Jaggers, who says you can't always get what you want, but if you try real hard, you get what you need. And so I support this, and I'm proud to do that. Thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. Mr. Keating.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this markup today. I want to thank you personally on our work we've done together, sometimes abroad, having fun, exchanging good humor and good work around the world. And I want to thank you for your decades of leadership and commitment here in Congress, where you've worked so hard to preserve democracy here at home and advance it significantly throughout the world. You have definitely made your mark. Now, I want to take up a number of measures that we're dealing with today that affect the region that we've addressed in our subcommittee on Europe, Eurasia, Energy, and Environment, including improving sustainability of energy diversification, Russia-aligned activities, and upholding democracy. Most of the bills I've co-sponsored, many I've been an original sponsor of, including the Plastics Act. I represent what's considered the largest coastal district in the House, and my constituents know that the ocean health is vital to our community and our interconnected ecosystems, and marine debris must be addressed both at home and abroad. Also included is H-Res 672, which supports energy independence, and the 3 Cs initiative, for which the U.S. support is critical. Several bills today also focus on those imprisoned, poisoned, or killed supporting democracy and speaking out against authoritarianism. One condemns political prisoners in Russia. One condemns the recent poisoning of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. And still another stands alongside political dissidents like the murdered Jamal Khashoggi. We also have under consideration today resolutions expressing our concern for ongoing detention of Austin Tice and Trevor Reed. Also included is Paul Whelan. He's the brother of one of my constituents, and a recent 16-year prison sentence he received is just one example of the harsh punishment given to those unjustly imprisoned in Russia. I also an original co-sponsor of additional efforts to stand up against Putin and authoritarian leaders in the region. H.R. 8259 prohibits Russia's participation in the G7 until it ends its illegal occupation of its neighbors and financing murder abroad, including American troops. And H.Res. 996 condemns the malign activities of Yevgeny Prigozhin, including attempts to sow discourse in the U.S. and allied countries. We have addressed these critical issues in multiple hearings in my subcommittee, and it's important we take up these measures today. I want to thank Representative Smith for his work, the committee chair, the ranking member, and my ranking member, Representative Kinzinger, as well as Congressman Kaptur, whose work on the committee, even though she's not a member, is always present. That bill reauthorizes the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004, and in light of the illegitimate August 19th elections and the brutal crackdown on peaceful demonstrators across Belarus, it's extremely important. We recently had a briefing, an international briefing, with opposition leader Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, and we also held a hearing on the situation there and on further erosion of democratic norms in the region during this pandemic, which is why I'm so glad to join colleagues as a co-sponsor of 6987, the Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act, because democratic backsliding is occurring around the world related to this pandemic, and it's important that we stand up for democratic ideals and institutions here and abroad. There are many important issues under consideration, including the work I joined with Representative Trone on with the Fentanyl Results Act. That's a scourge that is killing too many Americans today, and this is an effort to deal with that on an international basis. So I want to congratulate the chair again. Continue looking forward to working with you the rest of this year, and hopefully as friends beyond that. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keating. Mr. Kinzinger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and at the behest of reiterations, I want to say to you how much I have enjoyed our friendship and working with you. I have often tried to jealously guard the water's edge theory when it comes to foreign policy, and I know you have too. And your service to this country, to this committee, will never be forgotten, and I know you're going to continue to do great things. So I just want to say thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the markup today. I support many of the bills before us, and I'd like to take some time to focus on 4 of my bipartisan measures. I introduced H.Res. 672 with Representative Kaptur to express Congress's support for the 3 Cs initiative. This important collaboration between Eastern European countries will help to strengthen their regional interconnectivity with the hopes of pushing back on Russia's use of energy as a weapon. Representative Kaptur and I introduced this legislation last year to show our allies that we stand with them in their push to diversify and protect their energy sources. That's why I'm proud to see this ambitious project has received bipartisan support, transatlantic support, and overwhelming support from the administration and the Secretary Pompeo. Earlier this year, Secretary Pompeo announced that the United States was providing $1 billion in financing for the 3 Cs initiative, which further demonstrates our commitment to the transatlantic partnership. I commend the 3 Cs partner states, the State Department, and Congress for their support. I also want to thank my chairman on the committee, Chairman Keating, for that. Next, I'd like to talk about H.R. 8259, legislation I introduced with Representative Meeks to bar Russia from joining the G7 until the Kremlin changes their ways. We've seen Vladimir Putin invade allies, interfere in democratic elections, support genocide in Syria, and attempt to destabilize the Middle East. It's clear that Vladimir Putin believes these actions make him look strong. In reality, all they've led to is crippling sanctions from the United States and the EU, a drop in his popularity among Russian voters, and an economy that could contract by almost 10% this year. Until our diplomatic and intelligence community can ensure us that the Kremlin is no longer working to undermine and stifle freedom around the world, they should not have a seat at the grown-up table. Vladimir Putin is the reason his country is being held back. The Russian people deserve better. And quickly, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act. It became clear as the peaceful protests unraveled in Hong Kong that the Chinese Communist Party would stop at nothing to maintain their grip on power. This bipartisan legislation, which I introduced with Representative Malinowski, would provide those Hong Kongers most in need of protection safe passage to the United States. And finally, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8438, which would reauthorize the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004. Following the fraudulent elections in Belarus, I had hoped that Lukashenko would hear the calls from his people and resign peacefully. Unfortunately, he doubled down and, with the backing from Vladimir Putin, was sworn in as president during a secret ceremony last week. While there remains hope that Lukashenko will step down, we must act to protect the freedoms of the Belarusian people. By reauthorizing the Belarus Democracy Act, we will be providing much-needed assistance to the Belarusian people to counter internet censorship while sanctioning those responsible for the fraudulent election and ensuing crackdown. I'm proud to support this bipartisan legislation, and I thank the committee for their hard work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzinger. Appreciate the words. Gentleman yields back. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too would like to begin by thanking you for your extraordinary leadership of this committee, your wonderful friendship, and your decades of ensuring that American foreign policy reflect our values. And for that, I am in your debt, as the entire nation is. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this markup today as we consider important legislation that will protect human rights as we battle COVID, hold Russia accountable for its nefarious behavior on the world stage, and support Belarusians fighting hard for democracy. I'm proud to support and co-sponsor each of these bills, and would like to speak about three in particular. We're seeing the impact of Russia's malign behavior everywhere. They've meddled in the 2016 presidential election, and U.S. intelligence agencies report that they are actively engaged in promoting chaos as we go into the 2020 presidential elections. Around the world, Vladimir Putin is continuing his long history of sowing discord, wreaking havoc, and turning citizens against each other to increase his power and destabilize the Western world. The United States has an important role in promoting democracy around the world and standing firm and unwavering in our support of international law and against foreign aggression. H.R. 8259, to prohibit Russian participation in the G7, authored by our colleague Gregory Meeks, is this House's response to Russia's continued flouting of international law and their attempt to create chaos across the globe. Their attempted annexation of Crimea, occupation of South Ossetia, and denying citizens of these regions the same rights and freedoms that other people enjoy cannot be ignored. As if invading other countries wasn't enough, Russia has had the audacity to pay Taliban-linked militants to attack U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Russian bounties on U.S. soldiers are an absolute outrage. At every turn, sadly, this administration has fawned over President Putin. On the campaign trail, repeatedly complimenting him. In 2016, denying that Russia meddled in the election. In 2017, when Bill O'Reilly said Putin is a killer, the president responded, there are a lot of killers. You think our country is so innocent? And in 2018, at the Helsinki summit, the president incredibly sided with Putin over his own intelligence community about Russian interference with the election. The time of the United States allowing Russia to run roughshod over international law and undermining the national security interests of the United States must end. We must stop their effort to confuse, terrorize, and oppress American voters and people in their own region. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8259. I'd also like to express my support for Congressman Smith's bill, H.R. 8438, to reauthorize the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004. Progress toward democracy comes with the effort of citizens willing to fight for it, over time, sometimes over generations. The people of Belarus are well aware of that fact and have been advocating for and fighting for democracy for years. They have been risking their lives to advance the cause of freedom and democracy, recently facing Lukashenko government's violent crackdown after the fraudulent election in August. This bill would address that crackdown by reauthorizing previous assistance measures to counter internet censorship and surveillance and support the work of those advocating for democracy and human rights. When leaders break the law to preserve their own power and lash out and violently attack their own citizens, we must act. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8438 to reauthorize the Belarus Democracy Act of 2004. Finally, I'd like to thank Chairman McGovern for introducing H.R. 6986, the Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act. Authoritarian leaders are using the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse for greater crackdowns, more surveillance, and the targeting of opposition. Democratic institutions that were already weak or under threat are facing even greater stress and significant decline. We need to devote more resources and consistent programming designed to preserve democratic institutions, civil society, privacy, and the free press. This bill would serve as a critical backstop to human rights at a time when authoritarian governments are using every tool at their disposal, including this terrible pandemic, to harm their opposition and weaken civil society. I urge support of all of these measures, including the en bloc package this morning. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Zeldin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee's consideration of these measures in the en bloc package today. I would like to express my support for the Department of State Student Internship Program Act. The vast majority of federal government internships are unpaid. One of the best ways to increase diversity at the State Department is to provide economic opportunities for lower and middle income Americans from beyond the Washington, D.C. Beltway to participate in these internships. This bill would provide paid internships at the State Department with no additional funding needed. Instead, it is a program to be phased in and paid through existing unobligated balances to cover the cost. Any student in a higher education institution program who can hold a security clearance and has an interest in foreign affairs will be eligible. The program will be advertised widely and outreach targeted to universities, including minority-serving institutions. We all remember our first internship or entry-level job and the impact that opportunity or lack thereof can have on our future aspirations. To represent the United States to the world, the State Department should have a workforce that reflects the diversity of our country. By providing paid internships, more students from across the country will be able to afford the opportunity to pursue their interest in foreign affairs and hopefully return to serve. I'm proud to have worked with Chairman Castro on this bill, which is a result of bipartisan efforts on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee to improve diversity at the State Department. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also, too, want to associate myself with the comments on both sides of the aisle for your leadership and your friendship. And I don't want this to be like a eulogy because I hope you're not leaving the scene and you'll continue to be a resource for all of us and continue your strong advocacy for U.S. global leadership. I'd like to take a moment and commend both Chairman Engel and Ranking Member McCall for this markup on many bipartisan measures. In particular, I'd like to speak to my measure, HRES 1012, which honors the U.S. Republic of Korea alliance. I'd also like to thank my ranking member on the Asia Subcommittee, Mr. Yoho, for introducing this important resolution with me. As co-chair of the Korea Caucus and as co-chair of the Congressional Study Group on Korea, I do travel to Korea fairly frequently and meet with their parliamentarians and so forth. The friendship on the people-to-people relationship, the legislator-to-legislator relationship is one of our strongest alliances. And as Mr. Connolly mentioned earlier, the Korean miracle, 40 years ago, it was one of the most impoverished countries in the world. And when you look at it today, it is one of the most advanced economies and is doing remarkable things. And in fact, I want to thank our friends in the Republic of Korea during this pandemic for helping our state in California with resources, PPE, testing ability, et cetera. So this is a very important friendship. I also want to speak to HRES 1121. I applaud Mr. Levin for his resolution urging the government of Burma to hold free, fair, and inclusive elections in November. Earlier, my subcommittee had a hearing on what's happening with the Rohingya, et cetera, and, it's quite devastating. And, it is up to us as the leaders of the free world to continue to push Burma to recognize its democratic principles, to understand that the Rohingya are part of Burma. And again, I applaud Mr. Levin for that resolution. I'd also like to speak to HRES 825, recognizing the importance of the entry into force of the NPT. I really want to recognize my good friend from California, Mr. Sherman, for his long work on advancing nonproliferation and trying to make the world a safer place. I also want to recognize our nonproliferation fellow, Shervin Tehran, who was working on this bill for Mr. Sherman, and I understand has put a lot of work into this bill. So this is incredibly important. Mr. Deutsch and I had a joint hearing earlier this year recognizing the importance of the NPE and understanding the 75 years that have passed since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Working together, we've been able to make the world a safer place, but we still have work to do. So again, I applaud Mr. Sherman. And lastly, I'd like to speak to HR 7673, the Represent America Abroad Act by Ms. Bass. I recognize that we're not considering this act in the en bloc, but would like to touch briefly on Ms. Bass's bill. Diversity is incredibly important to the State Department, and this bill offers an important pathway for minorities to join the State Department. We know our strength is making sure that our agencies and State Department look like the United States, because the United States looks like the rest of the world. So again, I appreciate Ms. Bass's leadership on this. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am only hopeful that somebody who is not paying close attention might think that they're watching your funeral today. And I, with my colleagues, want to thank you for your friendship, particularly to me and my wife, who've traveled together. Certainly understand your kindness and goodness. I wish to speak in support of the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act. This unified text includes portions of my bill, the Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act. Similar to the Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act, this bill would designate Hong Kongers as refugees, streamlining the refugee admission process, and instructs the Secretary of State to work with like-minded allied countries to accept refugees from Hong Kong. From the Hong Kong Safe Harbor Act, it gives emphasis to supporting those who had a significant role in the Hong Kong protest, including those who had an organizational role, acted as first responders, covered the protest as journalists, provided legal services to individuals arrested, and those who were formally charged, detained, or convicted for his or her participation in these protests. Since the passage of the national security law, we've had and seen arbitrary and intimidating detentions of activists and crackdowns on the free press. This bill addresses the humanitarian crisis and shows Hong Kongers that the United States has their backs in their struggle for basic freedoms and dignity. I commend my colleague, Representative Malinowski, for working with all sides so hard. I know personally how hard he's worked to get this bill and its unified support, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all that you've done to lead this committee with intelligence, compassion, and grace. We certainly must learn from your example. I support all of the measures before us, and I'm a co-sponsor of several of them, but I want to speak specifically on the resolution concerning Mongolia. I appreciate the committee including my resolution, which reaffirms the strategic partnership between the United States and Mongolia, and it's part of this en bloc package. I'm proud to serve as the co-chair of the Mongolian caucus and as a member of the House Democracy Partnership, which has given me an opportunity to visit Mongolia and meet parliamentarians and young leaders committed to advancing democratic principles in their country. This year marks the 30-year anniversary since Mongolia declared an end to one-party authoritarian political system and adopted democratic and free market reforms. Now Mongolia boasts one of the highest Freedom House scores for political rights and civil liberties in all of Asia. At a time when countries are struggling with how to safely manage the coronavirus pandemic and at the same time hold fair and free elections, Mongolia sets a good example. They were able to successfully organize parliamentary elections this June with a record turnout of 73%, and they've not had a single death from COVID-19. It's an important and strategic democratic partner in a challenging neighborhood. Mongolia shares land that borders only with Russia and China, both countries eagerly working to spread their influence beyond their borders and into Mongolia. Mongolia considers the United States, though, its third neighbor and has shown its commitment to this relationship by sending troops to support U.S. operations in both Iraq and Afghanistan, and has a strong record of troop contributions to international peacekeeping missions. But unfortunately, the country continues to face real pressures from those neighbors I mentioned that threaten its sovereignty through economic measures, political influence, and even attempts to promote corruption in the country to undermine democracy. This resolution before you today is an opportunity to show Mongolia that we're committed to further cooperation, building off of the strategic partnership that was announced between the United States and Mongolia in July of 2019. Especially at a time when we're witnessing democratic backsliding around the world, exacerbated by the pandemic, it's crucial that we bolster collaboration with countries that have committed to safeguarding and promoting democratic values and human rights, including the freedoms of religion, expression, assembly and association, anti-corruption and physical transparency. And in doing all this, they are encouraging youth and emerging leadership development, as Mongolia has declared in that partnership, strategic partnership statement declaration that it signed with us last year. The resolution also further supports economic development in Mongolia by urging the U.S. government to help Mongolia through trade programs, and urging the Development Finance Corporation to expand activities there to help diversify its economy and support women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises like in textiles. As the State Department has announced, Secretary Pompeo will be traveling to Mongolia next week. So committee passage of this resolution would signify united support for the U.S.-Mongolian strategic partnership from both Congress and the administration. So it comes at a perfect time. I urge your vote in favor of this resolution to recognize and strengthen our ties with an important ally in a dangerous neighborhood and send that strong message to Mongolia. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Thank you, Ms. Titus. Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. But first, I have to join in my colleagues in thanking you for your service, and even more so, thanking you for allowing me and asking me as a freshman member of Congress to serve on this committee. I consider it to be one of my great privileges that I came to Congress in time to serve with you, and thank you so much. I also would like to thank the committee for convening this markup and Chairwoman Bass for her leadership on the Africa Subcommittee, of which I am proud to serve as Vice Chair. I would also like to thank Representative Bass and the committee for introducing two important resolutions, H-Res 751, which reaffirms the importance of the U.S.-African Union Partnership, and H-Res 768, which urges African governments to protect internet freedom on the continent. In 2006, the United States became the first non-African country to dedicate a diplomatic mission to the African Union. We recognized early on that there existed a shared benefit in peace, security, economic growth, trade, and investment. I'm glad we will be passing a resolution applauding those efforts and urging greater collaboration in the future. I thank Chairwoman Bass for taking the gavel and reframing how we look at U.S. relationships on the continent. Humanitarian assistance, where needed, is certainly important, but it is equally important to consider our partnership with the AU as dealings between equals. Failure to make additional business and trade investments with the African Union and the continent as a whole is misguided, and it creates a vacuum through which our adversaries can attempt to exploit the continent, its people, and its riches. I urge a yes vote on HRES 751 because the AU deserves to know that the House of Representatives and this committee have prioritized this relationship and that we hold it in high regard. As part of that ongoing relationship, I also support HRES 768 and urge a yes vote because telecommunication providers and businesses operating in Africa should facilitate open and secure internet access on the continent. In an increasingly interconnected world, our relationship cannot reach its full potential if there are regular, partial, or total internet shutdowns that have unfortunately become more common since 2016. And certainly, politically motivated internet shutdowns that are aimed at stifling dissent frustrate the shared purpose that the U.S. is trying to cultivate on the continent, and it hurts people, both living in African countries and living here in the United States. I hope that others will see this markup as important relationship maintenance that will benefit African countries, the United States, and the world. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Thank you, Ms. Wild. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Engel, I'll add my voice to the list of colleagues of yours who are so proud of the work that you've done and so thrilled to have had the opportunity to serve with you. But I look forward to a future opportunity when we can extol you at great length. Thanks also to the ranking member for holding this markup. And I'm glad that we have such a full agenda, and I'm appreciative that we're advancing so many important bills this morning, soon to be this afternoon. HRES 823, a resolution that I introduced, condemns the Iranian government's persecution of the Baha'i. Since the Iranian Revolution in 1979, the Iranian government has executed hundreds of Baha'i leaders and dismissed thousands from jobs. The systematic oppression of the Baha'i is continuing, and it's accelerating, and this resolution puts Congress for the 20th time since 1982 on record deploring the persecution of Iran's Baha'i community and other religious minorities, and holding the Iranian government responsible for upholding the rights of all Iranians, including members of the Baha'i faith. I'd also like to express my support for two other resolutions related to the Middle East. The first, HRES 1077, emphasizes the continued importance of the U.S.-Lebanon relationship. Lebanon's facing terrible challenges from economic meltdown to COVID-19 to the horrific August 4th blast at the port of Beirut that left over 200 dead. The United States stands with the people of Lebanon as they rebuild following the explosion, and U.S. officials must continue to engage the Lebanese government, reject Hezbollah, and encourage much-needed reforms that will benefit Lebanon's stability, economy, and public. The second is HRES 17, which expresses concern over the detention of Austin Tice. It's been more than 8 years since Austin, a Marine officer who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, was detained at a checkpoint in Syria where he was working as a journalist. Austin represents the best of our country, and this resolution reiterates that Congress remains committed to bringing him home and to bringing all other Americans unjustly detained abroad home as well. And I am glad that we're considering H.R. 4507, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act. And I thank Mr. Connolly for his tireless advocacy for justice for Jamal Khashoggi. As we all know, it has been nearly 2 years since Jamal's horrific murder. His death sparked bipartisan outrage in the United States and led many to reassess our relationship with Saudi Arabia. We must lead with our values not only because of the inhumanity of his killing, but also because of everything he worked for and everything that he continues to represent: accountability, freedom of speech, and other fundamental human rights. All of them are particularly important to us as Americans. Similarly, today we'll advance HRES 1145, which condemns the poisoning of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. His poisoning, unfortunately, is the latest in a long line of similar Kremlin efforts that have targeted political opponents, dissidents, and others who challenge the power of Vladimir Putin. America has historically been the global leader and the moral authority on basic freedoms and human rights, and we cede that leadership every day when we fail to denounce abuses abroad, whether the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, or any other atrocities that we do not speak out against. And as a member of this committee, I'm committed to honoring Jamal and Alexei and other activists who have been imprisoned, poisoned, or killed, and advocating for accountability, the rule of law, and human rights abroad. I'm proud to support all the measures that will advance today. I thank my colleagues for their work. And again, I thank Chairman and Ranking Member and their staffs for their tireless efforts. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you to the Ranking Member, Mr. McCall, for bringing these measures before us today and for your leadership on this committee. I want to congratulate all the members whose bills are being considered here today. We have a significant number of bills and resolutions today, a testament to the hard work of the members of this committee and also the members of their staff. While these are all important measures, there are a few that I'd like to mention in particular. Around the world, we see democracy in retreat as authoritarians crack down on civil liberties and human rights. The situation in Hong Kong today is one of the most pernicious examples, where the Chinese government passed a draconian national security law that restricts freedoms in Hong Kong in violation of their own commitments to the international community. This committee held an important hearing on this subject, and one product of that hearing is Representative Malinowski's Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act of 2020, which I support. I was proud to work with Representative Curtis on similar legislation earlier this year, and am proud to support Representative Malinowski's bipartisan bill. I also speak in support of the two resolutions introduced by my colleagues from Texas, Representative Conaway and Representative Green, that highlight the detention of Texan Marine Trevor Reed in Russia and the abduction of Texan journalist Austin Tice in Syria. Mr. Reed faces an extraordinarily long sentence of 9 years in prison in Russia under allegations of a crime that fall far short of that sentence. His trial has been a farce and clearly politically motivated. Congress must speak up to secure his release so he can be reunited with his family. Mr. Tice, a Houston native and a journalist who was covering the Syrian civil war, has been missing for years after being kidnapped. This resolution is an important show of support from this committee to his family that we have not forgotten him and we are working to bring him home. I also want to thank the members of the committee for considering my bill, the State Department Student Internship Act, and Representative Lee Zeldin, my counterpart on the Oversight Subcommittee. Representative Zeldin has worked with me on a number of hearings and meetings on the issue of representation at the State Department, and also has worked with me on this legislation. These programs are an important way for students interested in public service or foreign policy to learn more about what such a career would look like. But for too long, they've been inaccessible to many who cannot afford to work for months without pay. As we all know, that's also a problem and has been a problem in the legislative branch. This bill would ensure that the department provides compensation and assistance for travel and housing so that students of all backgrounds and means can start on their path to public service and advancing our nation's foreign policy. I urge you to support these measures, and all of these measures considered today. And I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman Engel and Ranking Member McCall, for bringing this slate of overwhelmingly bipartisan measures up for consideration by our entire committee today. And as Representative Shabbat so eloquently expressed earlier in this hearing, the leadership of our chairman and our ranking member and the unique spirit of cooperation by members of our committee is surely a model to our entire Congress. And while each of the measures being considered today is of great importance, I wish to focus my time on HRES 1150, urging the government of Cote d'Ivoire, its opposition leaders, its citizens, and all to respect democratic principles, refrain from violence, and hold free, fair, transparent, and peaceful elections next month. Cote d'Ivoire is at a consequential crossroads. It can continue an era of relative peace or regret the ethnic violence that remains a stain on its recent past. Every political transition in the country's history has been accompanied by violence against civilians, most recently during the 2010 elections. And although such atrocities are not yet occurring in Cote d'Ivoire, the early warning signs surely are. Despite a constitutional limit of 2 terms, President Ouattara's decision to run for a 3rd term has led to violent protests, resulting in deaths, injuries, and countless arrests. It is imperative that we call attention to this dangerous situation and urge action to prevent violence and save lives. My resolution, H-Res 1150, does just that by reaffirming the relationship between the United States and Cote d'Ivoire, while raising concerns about the likelihood of instability stemming from the upcoming election. The resolution calls on the Ivorian government and all political parties to commit to free, fair, and peaceful elections, protect and support citizens and their access to valid information, and to combat disinformation, hate speech, and violence. Finally, the resolution states that the United States will stand with the Ivorian people in support of peace, democracy, religious and ethnic tolerance, and stability. I urge my colleagues to support this very time-sensitive and important resolution and the entire en bloc package. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by adding my voice to the avalanche appreciation for you. We'll have other opportunities to do that at greater length, but from the first day I courted you to join the committee, it's just been such a pleasure working with you. I've learned so much from you, and you've been so kind to me, and I just deeply appreciate your leadership. And, you know, I appreciate this markup and the incredible work of you and Mr. McCall working together, and so many of my colleagues, from Mr. Phillips with Cote d'Ivoire to Hong Kong to Tibet, all around this world, the members of this committee are standing up for human rights and democracy, and I'm proud to play a part in it. And I really want to thank you specifically for considering Mr. Shavitz and my resolution urging the Burmese government to allow for free, fair, inclusive, transparent, participatory, and credible elections in Burma next month, this November. When we pass this resolution today, we will send a strong signal to the Burmese people that we are with you as you continue the often dangerous but absolutely essential work of democratizing Burma and achieving sustainable peace and human rights for all there. The past few years have been marred by terrible tragedy, none more devastating than the genocide of the Rohingya people. At the same time, the government has oppressed other religious and ethnic minorities, restricted civil society and freedom of the press, silenced government critics, cut off internet services. The list goes on and on. These elections can be a chance to start turning the tide in Burma. Today, with one voice, we make clear that this body is united in its commitment, in our commitment to seeing that tide turn. I hope the administration will join us in supporting the Burmese people and work hard to see that these upcoming elections are free, fair, inclusive, transparent, participatory, and really credible. We have to support the right to vote for communities that have been disenfranchised. We have to see to it that conflict isn't used as an excuse to deny people the right to vote. And we have to make sure US-based social media companies don't allow their platforms, sound familiar, to be used as vehicles for spreading misinformation or advocating violence or voter intimidation. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to note that 1 year ago today, I was on my way to Bangladesh, where I visited Rohingya refugees in Cox's Bazar. I've talked about this before, and let me just say, it's so important that Burma create conditions for the voluntary return of the Rohingya people. That means freedom of movement, provision of civil documentation, and a transparent pathway to the restoration of full citizenship. I heard one thing over and over again from the people I met last year, that they want to go home. For their sake, and for all of the Burmese people, I hope the elections in November are a step forward on the path to true democracy and real human rights for all. I thank Mr. Shabbat again for partnering with me on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Thank you very much, Mr. Levin. Ms. Omar. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCall, first, I just want to join all of my colleagues in thanking you for the cooperation and hard work that has enabled us to come together again and again in a bipartisan way to speak for America to the world. And we're doing that today in a number of respects, particularly on the issue of promoting human rights around the world. There are several bills that I'm particularly happy to see moving. The first of which has been mentioned by a number of my colleagues, the Hong Kong People's Freedom and Choice Act of 2020. We've discussed this before in committee, and since then, our worst predictions about the implications of Hong Kong's new national security legislation have started to come true. Pro-democracy candidates have been banned from running for office. Protesters are being locked up. Journalists imprisoned. Even today, thousands of police have been stopping and searching people en masse as demonstrators took to the streets on China's National Day. What this bill does is to simply take up the mantle of leadership that the United States has long held as a refuge for people fleeing some of the most repressive regimes of our time, from Nazi Germany to the Soviet Union to Cuba to the Arab dictatorships to Assad's Syria and many more. It says that those being persecuted in Hong Kong can have expedited access to the United States as refugees. Those already in the United States, Hong Kongers who fear going back, will have protection here. This is a good thing. It is a first step. I hope we continue to take further steps in this direction, including by opening our doors to a much wider range of people in Hong Kong who may want to make their lives in the United States and contribute their talents to us. The message to Beijing is very, very simple, that if you continue your efforts to crush the people of Hong Kong, you're going to lose the wealth and talent and energy of this extraordinary place to the United States, and your loss will be very much America's gain. Turning to Russia, I'm also happy to offer the amendment in the nature of a substitute today for the McGovern resolution decrying Putin's attempted assassination of Alexei Navalny. This is not the first attempted poisoning by Putin. It is a preferred method of his, allowing him some plausible deniability for his actions while at the same time striking fear into the hearts of his opponent. There have been numerous such attempts, some successful, some not. Alexander Litvinenko in 2006, Boris Berezovsky in 2013, Vladimir Karamurza 2015, and again in 2017, several others. When you don't stand up to this kind of stuff, it encourages even more or worse. And our resolution says enough. We're going to work with our allies to seek accountability for Putin's actions. There are a lot of other really great bills. I want to particularly thank some of the folks we've worked with on the Hong Kong bill, which has been fully bipartisan, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Kinzinger, Mr. Castro, for their leadership on this issue. I also want to thank some of the staff who've been deeply involved, Jen Hendrickson-White on Mr. Engel's staff, Ami Shah on the Judiciary Committee, Troy Dougal with Mr. Curtis's office, Sid Ravi Shankar in Mr. Castro's office for the long hours they spent developing the best possible legislative solutions for dealing with the crisis in Hong Kong. And of course, all the members who have joined on the Navalny resolution, the resolution that Ms. Wagner offered as well. Really, really important, expressing our interest in protecting human rights in countries that are taking advantage of the pandemic to crack down on their people. All in all, I think we're sending some extraordinarily important messages today, and I'm very, very happy to work with you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCall, to move these forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malinowski. Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I'd like to speak to House Resolution 1012, recognizing the importance of alliance with South Korea. I support this resolution, but I also feel that we, as a committee, have missed a real opportunity today. The best way to truly demonstrate our commitment to our partnership with South Korea and with the Korean people is to call for a formal end to war, a war that even today keeps Korean families separated. I hope this committee will take action soon. I also like to speak a little about sanctions. By my account, today's markup includes 7 different pieces of legislation that authorize, encourage, and otherwise refer to sanctions. And this is not unusual. I think in almost every markup we have held, we have included some sanction legislation. But we have not taken a moment to consider the use of sanctions in a thoughtful way. It is easy to justify each individual sanction. Yes, there must be consequences for election interference, for human rights violations, and for subverting democracy. But we need to ask ourselves, are sanctions always the correct answer? I'm afraid that Congress has become too reliant on sanctions. We reach for them as the easiest solution to whatever problem we face. But they are often not a solution at all. They are often deeply painful for the populations of the countries we sanction, the very people we are trying to help. They drive bad actors into the black market by cutting them off from international financial institutions. They are extremely easy to implement, but extremely difficult to remove. They put extra burdens on human rights organizations, peace-building organizations, and people trying to do good and productive work in violent and repressive places. We can say it's different when they are targeted, but I'm not sure it is true. Above all, we don't even know if they work. I doubt they do in most cases. If sanctions on a country would help lead them to democracy and human rights, North Korea would have been a thriving democracy in the 60s. We all share the goal of accountability and justice. I just do not believe sanctions help us toward that goal most of the time. I encourage this committee to think more deeply about what tools are available to us and to think more about the long-term consequences of our actions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Trone.
Thank you, Chairman Engel, for your leadership of this committee and for scheduling today's markup. The last 2 years has been a real honor and a pleasure working with you and your team. So thank you so much. We're considering a number of important pieces of legislation today that I'm proud to co-sponsor many of them, like the Represent America Abroad Act, introduced by Chairwoman Karen Bass. But I'd like to primarily speak about a bill I introduced with Ranking Member Michael McCall, H.R. 7990, the Fentanyl Results Act. Right now, millions of Americans are suffering from addiction. I know this pain all too well. I watched and tried to help as my nephew battled addiction for 5 years before losing his life to fentanyl overdose in 2016. Unfortunately, this story is an all too common reality in America. Since his passing, we've seen dramatic and alarming increase in fentanyl and other synthetic opioids across our country. This threat has only increased in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic. In parts of my district in Maryland, opioid overdose are up 50+% this time over last year. To put it even more starkly, this year fentanyl has been involved in 93% of all opioid-related deaths in Maryland. We need to tackle this opioid crisis from every angle, and that includes working with our international partners to curb drug trafficking. That's why I introduced the Fighting Emerging Narcotics Through Additional Nations to Yield Lasting Results, or the Fentanyl Results Act, with Ranking Member McCall. This bill will authorize 2 programs through the State Department to build foreign law enforcement capacity to detect synthetic drugs. The Fentanyl Results Act is a serious step in the fight against global synthetic drug trade. I'd like to thank Ranking Member McCall for partnering with me on this important legislation, and Chairman Engel for helping us get this bill where it is today. It's been a privilege to be appointed by the Speaker to the Commission on Combating Synthetic Opioid Trafficking. There I'll work with my fellow commissioners to continue to develop bipartisan solutions to stop the flow of illicit opioids into America. To put it simply, we've got to get it done. Lives are at stake. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are any other members seeking recognition? Hearing no further requests for recognition, the committee will proceed.
Just pause for a second. We have a technical issue, so we're going to just have to pause for a second to resolve.
Okay. I'm told there's a technical issue, so we're going to wait a couple of minutes to resolve it.
There's a live feed. Well, you don't need to say that. Chairman, you can just declare a recess because we have to get the public can't see it and they're required to be able to see it. So just say, your mic's on. Just say declare a recess, or the chair declares a recess for a few minutes in order to resolve the technical issue.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess for a few minutes till we get this straightened out. So the committee is now in recess. We now call the committee back in order. I understand our difficulties, technical difficulties have been taken care of. So hearing no further requests for recognition, are there any further requests for recognition? Okay, having no further requests, the committee will proceed to consider the noticed items on block. Pursuant to the previous order, the question occurs on the measures on block as amended, if amended. We'll take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The measures considered on block are agreed to, and pursuant to the previous order of the committee, each measure is ordered favorably reported as amended, if amended, and each amendment to each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Now on to the next item of business, consideration of H.R. 7673. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 7673, the Represent America Abroad Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7673, to ensure the United States diplomatic workforce at all levels reflects the diverse composition of the United States. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now offer the Bass Amendment in the nature of a substitute that was noticed as base text. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Bass Amendment 106, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7673. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Represent America Abroad Act of 2020. Section 2, findings.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. At this time, I recognize Ms. Bass to speak on the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. H.R. 7673, Represent America Abroad Act, is a partnership with my friend and colleague, Representative Shabbat. We have worked together on bipartisan issues for many years. H.R. 7673 addresses foreign policy areas that U.S. diplomats work on daily. However, that work cannot be realized without those who implement our goals abroad, our Foreign Service officers. These diplomats are America's face to the world, and as such, its workforce must represent the full spectrum of American society in order to effectively advance American values, including diversity and inclusion. Earlier this year, the GAO office released 2 reports that found barriers to a diverse and inclusive workforce within the Foreign Service, particularly at mid-career and senior levels. But those findings are not new. A 1989 GAO report found that minorities and women were underrepresented at the mid and senior level, and the State Department had not addressed the issue, nor did they have a plan to do so. They also had no plan for addressing possible barriers to hiring or promoting underrepresented groups. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in the same place 30 years later. To highlight the point, according to the American Academy of Diplomacy, out of 189 ambassadors serving overseas today, only 3 are African American. Just 4 are Hispanic. In 2018, Asian career diplomats were represented at the senior levels at just 3%, and Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, American Indian, Alaskan natives were represented at less than 2%. These are unacceptable statistics which undermine our foreign policy objectives and must be overcome. Think about it. All of us travel overseas. All of us go to embassies. All of us meet with the company teams. What type of diversity do you see when you travel? I share the sentiments of former ambassadors William Burns, who served as Deputy Secretary of State, and Linda Thomas Greenfield, who served as Director General of the Foreign Service, essentially the Chief Human Resource Officers. In a recent article in Foreign Affairs, they argue the lack of diversity in the diplomatic corps should be treated as a national security crisis. It not only undermines the powers of the U.S. example, it also suffocates the potential of the country's diplomacy. They argue that state will have to incorporate ideas that in the past seemed unacceptable to the department and its career staff, but that today are inescapable. They call for the creation of mid-career pathways into the Foreign Service, including for Americans with unique skills and experience. Additionally, in a letter to the Secretary of State dated July 13, 2020, AAD expressed support for efforts to make the Foreign Service more representative of the American people. In response, H.R. 7673 proposes to assist the State Department to diversify the Foreign Service in critical skill sets at the mid-level career in H.Res. 7673, the Represent America Abroad Act. This diversification and inclusion program would target educated, and experienced Americans who represent the full spectrum of American society. We believe these efforts would boost recruitment, retention, and promotion of a diverse, educated Foreign Service that represents the full composition of America. For those who are concerned that this sounds like an affirmative action program, I assure you that it is not. There are no number requirements, no quotas. There are no differing standards for entry. This is a recruitment program, like the highly regarded Wrangell and Pickering fellowships that are widely praised and highlighted by the State Department. The State Department has known about the lack of diversity and barriers to promotion for more than 30 years. There is a lot of evidence that African American, Latino, Asian Pacific Islander diplomats who have the same experience, the same education, are not promoted in the same level, which is why the State Department also experiences numerous lawsuits. Diplomats of color who represent and serve their countries abroad have had a glass ceiling over their heads. I know that we can do better. This is the time to do better. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article about the State Department being sued on bias charges. This article was written 33 years ago, but yet the situation is the same. We look forward to your support.
Excuse me, Ms. Bass, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. We look forward to your support, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. McCall, do you seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And thank you. I think everyone here supports the goal of increasing diversity at the Department of State, and that's why I supported our robust diversity and inclusion title in the state authorization bill, and why I'm an original co-sponsor of Mr. Castro's internship bill that we are marking up today. And I agree with Ms. Bass that we need to do a better job at recruitment, collecting viewpoints from underrepresented groups, and analyzing data so that the Foreign Service looks more like the face of America. However, I think an immediate, permanent, and mandatory expansion of the Foreign Service into the mid-ranks tries to solve a problem without first understanding the cause. It will also have a tremendous downstream effect on morale, placement, hiring, promotion, and budget, which is why the Foreign Service Association has voiced both its concern and opposition to this bill as currently written. I know Ms. Bass cares deeply about this issue, and I have tremendous respect for her, and I share her desire to make the department a more diverse and inclusive place. Given the Foreign Service Association's opposition, though, I do think that the approach would be better, as offered by Mr. Zeldin. It would be a more effective tool in the long run and address the acute issue in the short term. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I plan to support the Zeldin amendment as the appropriate way forward on this issue. I want to thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. I now recognize myself. In this committee, we spend a lot of time talking about the importance of diplomacy as a foreign policy tool. Our diplomats build bridges of friendship with governments and peoples. They represent our country's character and compassion in our conduct of foreign policy. They are in many ways America's face to the world. That representation should reflect what our country actually looks like. But despite a focus on this issue in recent years, there remains a troubling lack of diversity in the mid and senior levels of the Foreign Service. In January, the Government Accountability Office produced a report that I requested along with other colleagues and made it clear that there exist serious barriers to diversity in the State Department. GAO found that racial or ethnic minorities were less likely to be promoted than their white coworkers with similar education, occupation, or years of federal service. There was another GAO report.
I'll let her know that you know. Okay, see.
Okay, there was another GAO report that dealt with this issue. It was titled State Department, Minorities and Women Are Underrepresented in the Foreign Service. And it was published in 1989. It's really disheartening, my first year in Congress, by the way. It's really disheartening that over 3 decades, we've made so little progress grappling with this challenge. We need to do better, and Chairwoman Bass's bill is a step in the right direction. It would direct those in charge of the Foreign Service to establish a lateral entry program for people who belong to traditionally underrepresented groups in order to attract more members of minority groups into the Foreign Service and address the underrepresentation at the mid and senior levels. This is a good bill. I want to thank Ms. Bass for her hard work. More than a quarter of House members have signed on as co-sponsors. I look, let's see. These are real problems, and ignoring them will not make them go away. We can do our part by trying to build a more diverse, inclusive workforce among those who serve our country and represent us overseas. I'm glad to support this measure, and I urge all members to do the same. I realize members wish to speak on the bill and that some members have amendments to offer. I will now recognize any other members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the bill first. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Then we'll move on to amendments. Do any other members wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairwoman Bass for this amendment. This is really important. And I heard Mr. McCall's statement, but it's time, the studies really have been done already. Mr. Zeldin's bill is primarily talking about doing another study. We've seen the studies. GAO has come out with the study. In fact, for most of us that are on this committee and who have traveled, all you gotta do is travel and go look at the State Department and who represents us, who's in the foreign services. Just travel. The numbers are there. So what this bill says that we've seen the studies, we know that there is a problem. Now let's address the problem. It's not just good for the State Department, it's good for America. We need to have this addressed. So when I think about how we fixed and addressed some issues before, say like in the armed services, there's actual recruitment from the armed services that go into Black and Hispanic neighborhoods, they go into local schools, they go into colleges, they go to other institutions, trying to make sure that they get them to enlist in the military. And that's a good thing, that's not a bad thing. But we should do the same thing in the State Department. Because we know that diplomacy is just as important as the armed services. And we need to go out and recruit folks, because too often I know in communities like mine, now I got a good, what I think is a great public education. I saw individuals coming into my schools to recruit for the armed services, but I had no idea at the time about the State Department and diplomacy and opportunities that were therein. So all that Mrs. Bass is saying is we need to go out. There's talent there. And make sure the State Department looks like America. So when we're out there, our diplomats look like America. And that gives us greater credibility to lead, to show. I mean, I often say that what makes our country the greatest country that this planet has ever seen is our diversity. People from all different parts of the world and people of different colors. But you got to open those doors. You can't keep the doors closed and say we need another study. The doors have been closed because we have not recruited, and then people say, oh, we can't find anybody, or we don't know anybody. When we never looked for anybody, we never trained anybody, and then we never made sure they were within a culture that they could grow and elevate within that organization. We should be doing it in the State Department and leading everybody else, and proud of what we're doing, because that's what makes us America. We've overcome a lot. We've got a lot more to overcome. And the State Department, in an ever-closing world where we got to be more interconnected than ever, should be representative of our country and diversity and having people of color therein. I wish I knew then. Maybe that's why I love this committee so much, because I love foreign affairs. Maybe I wouldn't be in Congress now. Maybe I'd be in the State Department had those doors been open, or had I knew such existed in my community at the time that I was growing up. So let us be active. Let's support 7673. Let's be proactive and not just talk about another study. Let's resolve the problem and the issue. And I think that this bill takes us in the right direction. And I ask all of us to support HR 7673. And again, I compliment Congresswoman Bass for this great, fantastic bill that takes us to make the State Department representative of our great country. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman yields back his time. Mr. Sires.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm running out of juice here on my iPad, but I think we have enough. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague from California, Congresswoman Karen Bass, for introducing an important bill to ensure that our diplomats reflect the diversity of our country. I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of HR 7673, the Represent America Abroad Act of 2020. As an immigrant who came here at the age of 11 and has made this country my home, I believe diversity is one of America's greatest strengths. I have also observed through my work on this committee and my trips abroad that our diplomats do essentially work to advance the interests of the United States. I think it is fair to say that many citizens and government officials in other countries draw conclusions about who we are as a country based on the people who represent us at our embassies around the globe. This bill is about ensuring that we put our best foot forward. What message are we sending the world by having the State Department that is fair, more white, and far more male than our country's actual population? More importantly, how many talented diplomats or future diplomats are being passed over or denied the opportunity to promote our interests abroad due to the structural barriers that persist in our State Department? It is time that those who represent us abroad fully reflect our commitment to inclusion and diversity. This bill takes a big step in that direction by making it easier for people of color to join the Foreign Service as mid-level officers. It also provides a necessary nudge to ensure that the State Department takes tangible steps to recruit and retain talented candidates of color. The lack of adequate progress over the last 2 decades shows that we must be purposeful in our efforts to recruit a more diverse Foreign Service workforce. I thank Congresswoman Bass for her leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill because it's needed. One of the sort of dirty little secrets in the nation's capital is how little diversity there actually has been historically in our Foreign Service ranks. Qualified, competent, good men and women, but it doesn't always reflect, and certainly usually hasn't, the face of America, the diversity of America. And in fact, we're experiencing right now a depletion in the ranks of minority personnel in the Foreign Service. There has to be an aggressive recruitment. There has to be an aggressive commitment to making the Foreign Service so that it looks like America. That's good for American diplomacy, but it's more importantly a clear and clarion statement about who we are and who we want to be. And so promoting diversity, very important. There are 2 studies underway, Mr. Chairman. One by the Council of Foreign Relations, the other by Harvard University Kennedy School, both looking at this subject and coming up with recommendations, which I'm sure this committee will want to look at and hold hearings about probably next year. But this is needed now. And I fully support Ms. Bass's efforts in this bill and hope our colleagues will as well. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Karen Bass, for introducing H.R. 7673, the Represent America Abroad Act. Americans around the country are protesting or standing with protesters who demand an end to systemic racism, keeping Black and brown Americans from equality. At the same time, our State Department faces deep challenges in hiring and retaining people of color and women in the Foreign Service. And there was a recent hearing that was chaired by Chairman Castro that really underscored the urgency of this work and how serious this challenge is. We must work together to do what the Foreign Service Act set out to do, to create a workforce at the State Department that is representative of America. In order to reach that goal, H.R. 7673 takes the advice of many very senior current and former members of the Foreign Service and Civil Service and authorizes a mid-career entry program into the Foreign Service for candidates of color. I and many of my colleagues have been in discussions with senior and retired members of the Foreign Service, ambassadors, and storied civil servants who have lamented the lack of diversity at the State Department. In particular, to note how little progress is made outside of the Pickering and Rango fellowships, important programs to increase the number of outstanding young people of color entering the Foreign Service. They note that above and beyond getting new recruits of color and retaining the professionals that we already have in the Foreign Service, much more work will need to be done to make the State Department's culture welcoming to all. This is work that the committee must commit to. This committee has provided oversight to the State Department's diversity since at least 1973. We have made too little progress, and we have to commit to working together to make much more progress. As Americans around the country bravely and fiercely stand up for racial justice in their communities, let us stand up for a Foreign Service that harnesses the rich experiences of all Americans and represents the brilliant and beautiful diversity of our great country. I urge my colleagues to support the Represent America Abroad Act and thank my colleague, Congresswoman Bass, for its introduction. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor and urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chairman Engel. Let me first start off by joining the other members of this committee in praising you for your many decades of service and for your leadership on this committee. It is an honor to serve with you on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I rise in support of this important legislation by Representative Bass. And let me tell you a story. First of all, this issue of the lack of diversity is a bipartisan issue. It's occurred in both Democratic and Republican administrations. And in my first term in Congress, I was on a CODEL with Nancy Pelosi and other members, and we were going to China. And we had a briefing by multiple agencies prior to our trip. We visited different places and met with very high-ranking officials in China. At the briefings that we had here in the U.S. prior to the trip, there were about a dozen people in the room from these different agencies. Not a single one of them was Asian American. And it occurred to me halfway through the meeting that this is probably not good when you have the top level people in our federal government working on the issue of China and everybody look exactly the same. I think there might be some expertise that does not occur when that happens, that the U.S. loses on. And so I wholeheartedly support Representative Bass's diversified State Department. After this bill becomes law, I think we also need to simply change the culture at the State Department and change some other rules and regulations. There was an important hearing done last week where we had two State Department officials. This was a hearing that Representative Castro chaired and Representative Sicily mentioned. And what we do know is from surveys done by, for example, the Asian American group at the State Department, assignment restrictions hamper our foreign service officers. And so some of them, for example, simply will not be assigned to different countries or high profile countries just because of who they are. And so I asked a very simple question of these two State Department officials. I said, if you're Russian American, does that mean you're not allowed to work in Russia or work on Russian issues? Or if you're Chinese American, or you barred from working on issues related to China? They could not answer that question. First of all, it's illegal. You can't do that. You cannot discriminate against any federal employee based purely on their ethnicity. So the state just has to stop doing that. And if there are assignment restrictions based on factors that may cause, for example, national security risk, they've got to be valid. So I think there needs to be a wholesale change to the State Department. This has been going on for far too long in both Democratic and Republican administrations. I, for example, am no less American than Chairman Engel. I'm also no more American than Chairman Engel. We're all Americans, and the State Department needs to treat its foreign service exactly the same way. We're all Americans and should be treated that way. I wholeheartedly support Representative Bass's comments, and I just have to end tonight saying how last night's comments by the President of the United States were utterly disgraceful when he somehow said an immigrant member of Congress how she was running our country. Well, guess what? We're all Americans. We're all trying to run our country the best that we can. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I strongly support it and thank our colleague, Ms. Bass, for bringing it forward. I know that this particular bill has to do with racial and ethnic representation in the State Department, and it's certainly needed to make us look more like the face of America. But I would just like to put on the record that as we turn to the State Department to diversify its ranks, let's not forget about those with disabilities. I'm sure if you pulled up statistics of how many people working in the State Department were in a wheelchair or had some other kind of disability, it would be far less even than those with racial or ethnic identifications. So for the record, as we move in this direction, let's keep that in mind and see if we can't make some improvements in that area as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. Do any other members wish to speak on the bill? Hearing no further requests, we'll move on to amendments. For what purpose does Mr. Zeldin seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Been done, I'm told. For members currently in the hearing room, a member of the staff will bring a copy to you. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? Okay, they have. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Zeldin, Amendment Number 1, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7673. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Represent America Abroad Act of 2020.
Without objection, a further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would strengthen and revamp a lateral entry program into the Foreign Service that has been law since December of 2016, but has not yet been implemented. This gives us a unique opportunity to refocus our objectives. The lateral entry program would require outreach and inclusion of minorities and mandate recruitment and reporting of progress to Congress. This amendment recognizes the importance of diversity and the need to do more in the mid-level and senior ranks of the Foreign Service without harming the structure of the Foreign Service. Ms. Bass's bill would disrupt the multi-step process of the Foreign Service by artificially elevating candidates who enter into a lateral entry program into mid-level status. The American Foreign Service Association, which represents over 28,000 active and retired Foreign Service employees, opposed that bill. I would request unanimous consent to enter a letter into the record from the American Foreign Service Association regarding the Bass bill. The American Foreign Service Association offered to work with the majority to improve the language because they are rightfully concerned that the way the language is currently drafted would be unfair to those Foreign Service officers who have worked for many years to reach mid-level status. The Foreign Service is similar to the Army in that you gradually rise through the ranks. You don't just skip steps. The original bill would permit participants of the lateral entry program to bypass years of service. These years of service are necessary to provide expertise on managing embassies abroad. That bill was drafted without input from the State Department and without working with the minority on changes. I helped lead the effort on another bill in the en bloc package that was drafted with bipartisan input to create a paid internship program at State without drastically changing the structure of the Foreign Service, but organically increasing diversity. And I appreciate Chairman Castro's work on that bill. Diversity and inclusion should play a central role in improving recruitment, retention, and career development efforts. However, we must be responsible about creating programs that unfairly impact current Foreign Service officers who have spent years rising through the ranks. To summarize, my amendment identifies the importance of attracting and maintaining a diverse Foreign Service through the mid and senior ranks. This amendment would revamp a pre-existing mandated lateral entry pilot project by adding additional requirements for minority outreach and inclusion and require the State Department to report to Congress on those efforts. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Bass for her passion and leadership on this issue. She genuinely is working hard on this cause, and I appreciate that. I want to respond to one comment one of my colleagues made a little while ago. Mr. Meeks said that the amendment was just a study, and it's important to note that there's actually nothing at all in the bill that references a study. It does have a mandate for a new recruitment guideline, and it's also not just some reporting requirement, but certainly nothing in the text with regards to a study. I also want to take this opportunity to echo the praise and gratitude of my colleagues, as we've done throughout this day, for Chairman Engel. I got to say, personally, even though I'm on the other side of the aisle, was saddened to learn the news that he is going to be moving on to other pursuits. Chairman Engel has worked hard throughout his career on many incredibly important issues related to strengthening U.S. foreign policy in our country, strengthening relationships with our allies like Israel, and someone who will definitely be greatly missed in this chamber. So I thank Chairman Engel for his friendship, his years of service, his chairmanship here on the committee, and I wish him the best of luck and fortune and everything that is still ahead in his life. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his kind words. Thank you very much. Ms. Bass.
Thank you. Thank you very much. While we appreciate the amendment offered that seeks to amend the lateral entry program into the Foreign Service that was passed into law in 2017, I must let you know that it does not tackle the issue head-on. The use of the words should be, quote, should be an avenue for the Foreign Service to diversify is no different from current recruitment into Foreign Service. What we have learned is that traditional recruitment has been unsuccessful in recruiting historically underrepresented groups into the Foreign Service. And while my colleagues are concerned about the fact that this is skipping steps and people who have been in the ranks for a while move up, the problem is that people in the Foreign Service who represent underrepresented groups who have the same qualifications, the same years of service, are not promoted. So there is a problem within the Foreign Service. I think that it is sad when we think about people being demoralized when we are talking about diversity, because the fact of the matter is, even when there are people of color in the Foreign Service, they don't stay long. They're not retained because of the glass ceiling. So when we are concerned about the moral challenges at the State Department, we need to be concerned about the fact that people who face a glass ceiling in a building that is supposed to be a meritocracy do not receive the same treatment. The more the national security workforce reflects America, the more effectively it can advance American values on a global stage. Diversity and inclusion is a priority for all of us. It makes us safer as a country, and it's the right thing to do. You know, the legislation that was passed in 2017, you're talking about the Foreign Service Association, they actually opposed that as well. And so I think that there are not many times in history when we talk about when we talk about diversity and inclusion, that whether it's a trade union or other professional associations have not opposed it. They oppose it, and then they oppose it because they feel as though when you say the word diversity, that somebody is going to lose. People who are already in power are going to lose some of that power, and so there is a knee-jerk reaction to oppose it, as opposed to viewing that there is enough room for everyone, especially in the State Department right now, because the fact of the matter is, over the last few years, the State Department has lost many, many people, and it is going to be a need to recruit people in the future, and so there needs to be attention, a specific attention to diversity when we are talking about that. I also understand that there are concerns about potential litigation, but new legislation often face these concerns. The legislation risk I'm worried about is the committee's failing to act, to not address the lack of diversity at the mid and senior ranks. When the GAO finds that racial and ethnic minorities are promoted at lower levels than their white counterparts, when you control for language and education and other things, this strikes me as a potential vulnerability to the State Department. So the risk I'm worried about is what happens if we do nothing. And as I mentioned before, all of us travel the world. All of us go to embassies. Who do you see when you go to embassies? I travel a lot in Africa, and it is a rare occasion that I see an African American or a person of color in those embassies, and when they do see me, they rush over to spend time with me, to talk to me, and privately will tell me about what it is like, the discrimination that they face, the way they have a glass ceiling and they're not able to move up. And frankly, I have talked to many Foreign Service officers that I had to convince to stay in the Foreign Service because they were so demoralized. So just having programs that encourage and don't do anything specific is not a way to resolve this problem. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment. We are going to take a vote by voice All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do any other members seek recognition?
I can't tell what I said.
Hearing no further requests for recognition, the question is to report H.R. 7673, the Protection Represent America Abroad Act, to the House with the Bass.
Yes, video.
Hands? Okay. And the recommendation that the bill do pass. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The measure is ordered favorably reported without objection. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. What's next? Okay, pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 4507, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4507, to protect Saudi dissidents in the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now offer the Connolly Amendment in the nature of a substitute that was noticed as base text. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Connolly Amendment Number 86, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4507. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act of 2020. Section 2,
Without
finding.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. And at this time, I recognize Mr. Connolly to speak on the measure.
I thank the chair. I want to remind my colleagues that tomorrow is the second anniversary of the brutal murder and dismemberment of my constituent, Jamal Khashoggi. And to this day, the Saudi government that pre-planned in a calculated and bloody way Mr. Khashoggi's death has yet to be held to account. This bill seeks to focus on that accountability. The Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act bans the sale of U.S. weapons to Saudi intelligence, law enforcement, or internal security until and unless the Secretary of State can certify that these agencies are not involved in forced repatriation, silencing, or the killing of Saudi dissidents in other countries, including our own. It enhances congressional oversight, whether the government of Saudi Arabia was engaged in a consistent pattern of acts of intimidation or harassment directed against Jamal Khashoggi or any individual in the United States, and whether any U.S. origin defense articles were used in those activities. It requires the president to close at least one Saudi diplomatic facility in the U.S. if Saudi diplomats are using diplomatic credentials, visas, or diplomatic facilities, as they did in Istanbul, to facilitate monitoring, tracking, surveillance, harassment, or harm to other nationals of Saudi Arabia living here in the United States. And finally, it improves congressional oversight of the intelligence community regarding the extent to which the intelligence community fulfilled its duty to warn Jamal Khashoggi of threats to his life and liberty. The bill, Mr. Chairman, has the support of numerous, well over a dozen, prestigious outside groups that care about human rights and advocate for them, including the Committee to Protect Journalists, Reporters Without Borders, PEN America, the Project on Middle East Democracy, Freedom House, Freedom Initiative, Human Rights First, Freedom Forward, the Friends Committee on National Legislation, the Saudi American Justice Project, Human Rights Watch, and Freedom Now, among a number. And I would ask unanimous consent that statements and letters of support from those organizations be entered into the record.
Without objection.
I thank the chair. Now the facts of the case. 2 years ago tomorrow, my constituent and lawful U.S. resident, a journalist, mild critic of the Saudi regime, he wanted to see reform, not revolution, Jamal Khashoggi, was lured into a Saudi consulate in Istanbul, Turkey, because he needed paperwork to remarry. He was lured into that consulate under false assurances of his own personal security, where he was murdered in cold blood and dismembered by agents of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, reportedly by our own intelligence community and Turkey's intelligence community at the direction of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman himself. And with, as I said, false assurances of safety given to him by the Saudi ambassador here in the United States at that time. The U.S. intelligence community assessed that the Crown Prince ordered Mr. Khashoggi's murder. The UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings concluded that Mr. Khashoggi has been the victim of a deliberate, premeditated execution and extrajudicial killing for which the state of Saudi Arabia is responsible. That was the finding of the United Nations special investigator on this case. And we know Jamal Khashoggi was neither the lone nor last victim of Saudi Arabia's international campaign of intimidation, disappearances, and assassinations. Dr. Saad al-Jabri, and Lujain al-Hatul, these are two all familiar names on the long list of dissidents persecuted while overseas. I would also ask at this point, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a series of articles, including a New York Times article, Saudi official hid abroad, his family became a target at home by way of retaliation. A May 2019 New York Times article, it wasn't just Khashoggi, a Saudi prince's brutal drive to crush dissent. A January 2019 New Yorker article, the Saudi government's global campaign to silence its critics. An October 2018 New York Times article, Our Hands Can Reach You, Khashoggi case shakes Saudi dissidents abroad. And a June 2019 report on Jamal Khashoggi's killing by the UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings at this point in the record.
Without objection.
I thank the chair. It's important to note that this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, represents a sincere effort on my part to meet the requests of the minority. So the ANS reflects Republican recommended changes. We eliminated findings that were perceived by them as unduly critical of the Trump administration. We narrowed the purview of the bill to focus on the Saudi intimidation campaign abroad. We amended the immediate ban on arms sales to accommodate a 120-day period of oversight, review, and engagement with Saudi Arabia in the hopes concerns can be addressed. That's 4 months. We included, reluctantly, but we included a national security waiver in Section 3 dealing with arms sales limitations. And by the way, this bill does not address military sales to the Saudi military. That is not encompassed in this bill. We'd hope to have support on the other side of the aisle with those changes, and I still hope we could. But the support of the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act would serve as a very strong and clear statement by this committee, representing the Congress of the United States, that the United States opposes the forced repatriation, intimidation, or killing of Saudi dissidents and critics abroad. It would also reaffirm and ensure that the United States is in no way enabling human rights violations. Silence can be consent. We cannot afford to be silent, nor can we ever allow this kind of gross human rights violation to be seen as something in which we're complicit by our silence. I think it's important, 2 years to the day, tomorrow, that we honor a brave dissident who simply wanted reform in his home country, for which he was brutally murdered and dismembered. And it is time that we let the Saudi government know there's no place for that as we look at international diplomacy within our purview. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Does Mr. McCall seek recognition to speak on the underlying bill before we turn to other members and amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. Let me just first say at the outset that the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, a prominent Saudi journalist, was an outrageous and gruesome crime, as Mr. Cowley pointed out. And I'm in complete agreement with him on that. And tomorrow is the 2-year anniversary of his killing. He should have lived these past 2 years and many more. We will continue to pursue justice for him. Intimidation and violence by any government against peaceful dissent must be strongly condemned by responsible nations. And if we do not respond forcefully, we invite future abuses. And that is why I supported and worked with Mr. Malinowski on his Saudi Arabia Human Rights and Accountability Act to ensure that those responsible for the savage killing of Mr. Khashoggi are held accountable. That balanced bill vindicated our strong support for human rights as well as our critical national security interests. I am concerned that today's bill, while well-intentioned, strikes a different balance. It proposes the solution is to ban arms sales outright. We have spent many hours in this committee and on the floor relitigating the issue of arms sales to Saudi Arabia. My concern for Saudi Arabia's human rights record is well known. But our relationship with the Saudis covers many strategic interests as well, including the very real and deadly threat of Iran. Limiting arms sales to Saudi Arabia hurts our shared capacity to counter Iran, the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Early this year, Iran attacked our embassy in Baghdad. Just over a year ago, Iran launched a major attack on Saudi oil facilities. Importantly, Congress already has this authority. We have the oversight over arms sales to Saudi Arabia on a case-by-case basis. Mr. Engel and I sign off on all foreign weapon sales, or we deny them. If we have concerns about a sale, we hold that sale and voice our concerns to the administration. So my point is there's already a process in place for this. But I think a legislative ban outright does not give us the ability or flexibility to respond to this evolving lethal threat from the largest state sponsor of terror. And I might also be remiss if I didn't mention at a time when we're having great success with peace talks with the Arab Gulf states on the Arabian Peninsula. I appreciate the concessions Mr. Connolly's made. However, there are several that were declined, and I had proposals for elevating the issue of harassment of dissidents by Saudi Arabia while continuing to balance our strategic interest. And I think that's the right responsible approach as we look at both human rights and our national security interests. Nothing's simple in the Middle East, and certainly this issue is not a simple one either. But I think the committee, through the chairman and myself, have this authority on a case-by-case basis to review the sale of weapons, which gives us the flexibility without an outright ban being passed by this committee. And so while I agree with the well-intentioned sentiment of the gentleman from Virginia, and I think we agree on the problems, maybe just not the best tools to fix them. And I believe that is why I'm offering this amendment in the nature of a substitute. I think it does strike the right balance here. But we must be mindful on the 2-year anniversary that America will not sit by idly when American journalists are tortured and dismembered in such a grotesque fashion as was done to Mr. Khashoggi. My thoughts and prayers are with him and his family and all the journalists out there who were close to him. Many friends of mine, like Larry Wright from Austin, Texas, knew Mr. Khashoggi very well. They were very good friends, and I know every day he wakes up and thinks about this brutal killing. So it goes with a heavy heart as we have this debate. We will never forget what happened. We want those accountable to be held accountable. So I think we share the same goal, just a different way to do it. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Just a clarification, and I know my friend from Texas would not mean to distort the intent of my bill. When he said a ban on arms sales to Saudi Arabia, he means, I hope, what the bill addresses. After 120 days of opportunity to try to fix cooperation, the ban on military sales would be to the intelligence and national security systems. I explicitly made it clear it would not affect military sales, military to military. And I just wanted to make sure that Mr. McCall meant what I meant. I thank my friend.
Mr. Chairman?
I now recognize myself. We're considering this measure as we approach the 2nd anniversary, as was mentioned before, by the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Unfortunately, we've not held Saudi Arabia accountable for this horrendous crime, and that sends a message. It sends a message to the Saudis and to other governments around the world that they can act with impunity, that the United States will not stand up for justice. And since the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, we've learned that the killing was no anomaly. It was part of a larger plan to silence dissent abroad. Sadly, it's apparent that the Saudis will not abandon that plan if they know they won't face any consequences. So this legislation that Mr. Connolly is offering seeks to change that. This bill says that if Saudi internal security forces want to continue using U.S.-made weapons, they need to stop attacking dissidents. It says that if Saudi officials use diplomatic cover or diplomatic facilities in the United States to kidnap or assassinate dissidents, the United States is required to put a stop to it. Look, Saudi Arabia is an important partner in the region, and we work with them on a host of counterterrorism issues and humanitarian challenges in the region. They've made recent important steps toward Israel that I want to recognize, but these matters dealing with human rights and the persecution of Saudi dissidents are separate and apart, and we can't simply ignore them while we continue to engage the Saudis on other matters. I thank Mr. Connolly for his leadership and tenacity on behalf of his late constituent, Jamal Khashoggi, and I urge passage of this legislation. I realize some other members may wish to speak on the bill and that some members may have amendments to offer. I will now recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the bill first. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know, and we will circle back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally. Then we will move on to amendments. Do any other members wish to speak on this legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chabot.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. I heard somebody there.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chabot.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As co-chair of the Freedom of the Press Caucus, along with my Democratic colleague Adam Schiff, we've worked together in a bipartisan manner on a slew of media freedom issues over the years. Journalists speak truth to power, and unfortunately, too often those in power rely on force instead of argument or reform to shut down that criticism. Some, like Jamal Khashoggi, pay for their truth-telling and their opinions with their very lives. So I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Colley, the gentleman from Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. Mr. Connolly and I have worked on a whole range of issues over the years, from Crimea to Turkey to the Global Health Security Act and a whole lot of other things. So I want to thank him for keeping the issue of Jamal Khashoggi on the front burner. Saudi Arabia, and by extension, the whole world, needs to know that America is willing to back up our rhetoric about First Amendment rights with consequences. As they say, however, the devil's in the details, which is why I'm supportive of Mr. McCall's substitute amendment. Targeted sanctions seems to me to be the right tool rather than a cessation of arms sales to hold human rights abusers accountable. The Middle East is a tough neighborhood, and most of our partners there have human rights issues. We have to be able to fight for our values without jeopardizing other priorities, which is why I don't think I can support this legislation today. I'm disappointed that we were unable to come to a bipartisan agreement on text. It's always better that we do, but I appreciate Mr. Connolly's effort on this, and I know it's heartfelt. And I was on the floor on a previous bill that we took up that just passed. The PPP Extension Act is my bill, and we've been trying to work by the discharge petition method to actually get a vote on this to save even more small businesses across the country who really need it. So I wasn't here to comment on Ms. Bass's legislation, so I'm going to very briefly just mention that as a co-sponsor of the Represent America Abroad Act, I'd like to voice my support for that legislation, which was introduced by my good friend Karen Bass. We may not see eye to eye on a range of issues, but we are often able to work together, as I am with Mr. Connolly, like this bill. I appreciate her collegiality and her hard work and bipartisanship. That's why she gets so many things on this committee here done, just as Mr. Connolly does. The Represent America Abroad Act seeks to fix a long-running problem at the State Department of low minority representation at the mid and upper echelons of the organization. That bill sets up a program similar to the highly regarded Wrangell and Pickering Fellowships, but for mid-level positions. In doing so, it builds on the good work that we've done elsewhere, specifically that done by the ranking member, Mr. McCall, and Chairman Engel, in the diversity title in the State Department reauthorization bill that we passed earlier this year. The United States was founded on the principle of the equality of every citizen. This idea has been practiced imperfectly over time, but it nevertheless defines Americans' view of themselves and serves as a basis for our engagement with the rest of the world and the values we advocate through that engagement. We can all agree that the State Department should reflect that principle. The men and women of the State Department who are responsible for representing U.S. interests abroad serve as America's face to the world. That department should be able to show the world that as a diverse country, which we certainly are, our representatives overseas reflect the entire country. That legislation that already passed here just a little while ago helps make that a reality, and so I appreciate its passage, and with that I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Chabot. Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Mr. Conley for bringing forth this legislation. As he points out, 2 years ago, Jamal Khashoggi, a U.S. resident, a journalist for the Washington Post, was brutally murdered in the Istanbul consulate. And so far, our response has been virtually nothing. We have identified 17 thugs engaged who were actually hands-on in this brutal crime, and we've told them they can't visit the United States. They'll never see Disneyland. That's not sufficient. Mr. Khashoggi will not be forgotten, not only because of your efforts, but because of the brutal crime that Prince bin Salman commissioned. I introduced legislation also inspired by Mr. Khashoggi's brutal murder to require that any nuclear cooperation agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia must meet the gold standard, which Saudi Arabia is trying to avoid, must provide for international inspections by the IAEA, which Saudi Arabia is trying to avoid, and you can guess why. And that provision is now in the NDAA, which is pending in conference. I'm going to say something a little bit gruesome, but it is not my language that is gruesome, as the action of the Saudi government. If you cannot trust a regime with a bone saw, you should not trust them with nuclear weapons. And we should have no illusions. The reason that Saudi Arabia wants a nuclear program is not to lower the price of energy in Saudi Arabia. It is to give themselves the option to develop nuclear weapons. This bill is an important step. One part of it requires reports on the efforts of Saudi diplomats to spy on and to intimidate Saudi citizens and Saudi Americans here in the United States. A second part, and the more controversial part, deals with the sale of certain military and lethal materials to certain Saudi agencies. The ranking member says, well, we already have a process to involve Congress in the sale of military items to Saudi Arabia. That's the very process that failed. That's the process that the Inspector General identified was violated criminally by the State Department through a phony declaration. So certainly it would behoove us to have better control. But second, as the gentleman from Virginia points out, his bill does not prohibit the sale of arms to the Saudi Defense Ministry. It deals only with selling military items to intelligence and police officials. I'm not thrilled to see military items and tanks and whatever entrusted to American law enforcement authorities. That is a separate controversy. But having seen the actions of the intel and law enforcement authorities of Saudi Arabia, I see no reason for them to have items that we identify as appropriate for the military. So Mr. Khashoggi is not forgotten. This bill is an appropriate remembrance of him roughly 2 years after his death. And certainly the intelligence agencies of Saudi Arabia should not be getting military items from the United States. And even with that, I'd point out that the gentleman has added a waiver provision to his bill, further undercutting the argument that it constitutes an undue restriction on sales of certain items to certain Saudi agencies. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Connolly, for his tireless work on this issue, especially since it's been 2 years since Jamal Khashoggi's murder at the hands of the Saudi government. And as he indicated, this bill is about honoring his death and ensuring U.S. weapons do not get into the hands of those responsible for such brutal suppression. I'm often reminded, and I was reminded, by a former colleague and a mentor of mine, former member of this House, Charles B. Rangel. He told me of the story when he was traveling abroad, and there were individuals and families that were killed because they disagreed with the government of that country. And he said that as he engaged one of those members of someone's family, he says, "We are here, I'm here, my friend, and we want to help you." He says the individual then took him over to a pile of spent munitions and said, "Let me show you something, Mr. Rangel." And he showed him a sign that said, "Made in the US of A." And then he asked Mr. Rangel, "You're my friend, but are you made in the US of A?" One of the things that Mr. Connolly is doing in this bill is trying to make sure that there's a message to the dissidents in Saudi Arabia, the dissidents in other countries around this world, that we are not going to go and allow folks to utilize lethal weapons against them. And Mr. Connolly has put in provisions to try to make sure that its focus, as he said, is not a broad military ban, but it's trying to make sure that our standards, our morals, our concerns is taken care of and is produced, and we lead in that regards. It, to this day, 2 years later, still hurts me when I think of the hurt that the Khashoggi family has and what his murder symbolizes. Therefore, it is important for Congress, a separate branch of government, to act where the administration has refused to. I think it's important for the others to know where the legislative branch of government stands. We cannot let up, and we have a duty to do this as an equal branch of government. We must demonstrate commitment to the dissidents around the world who want to look to America as they bravely seek democratic progress at home. It's a message of who we are and what we stand for to the dissidents of the world, as well as to the governments who commit these egregious crimes and killing individuals, like a reporter who happens to be a citizen of the United States, and the devastation to the Khashoggi family that has occurred. So I urge all of my colleagues, this is something we should stand together on. We all, from what I've listened to and thus far, know how wrong the death was of Mr. Khashoggi. We know because of our intelligence who authorized the murder. Street language would say the hit on Mr. Khashoggi. We can't stand idly by. And Mr. Connolly has come up with a well thought out bill to prevent that from happening in the future. And I think all of us need to think about what that end is and support this bill. And I ask that we do just that. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. The
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman,
in
I
the
have a
back.
unanimous consent request.
Yes, that your request.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement in favor of the bill by Mr. Cicilline.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I also have letters from other Saudi families in the West, primarily here in the United States, who have been subject to harassment, surveillance, and death threats, including Saudi teams that have transited through the United States itself. And I ask now that those statements be entered into the record.
Without objection, so
I
ordered.
thank the chair.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. It is quite strange to me that we talk about Saudi Arabia as a partner in peace and stability in the Middle East. Here is a country that exports its dictatorship and uses its diplomatic facilities to harass, intimidate, kidnap, disappear, and murder its nationals abroad. Jamal Khashoggi is the most egregious example, but far from the only one. As we recognize the second anniversary of his murder at the Saudi diplomatic facility in Istanbul, I think Mr. Connolly's bill is an extremely appropriate response from this as a consequence of Jamal's murder, but to prevent ourselves from being complicit in the next one. A country that dismembers journalists because it doesn't like what they write is not a country that should see a single dime of American taxpayer money. If an embassy or a consulate is used as a base of operation for forced disappearances and murder of its own nationals, it loses its status as an embassy or a consulate. I should also mention that the Saudi ambassador has refused to meet with myself and several other members of Congress, including members of this committee, Mr. Trone, Mr. Levin, and the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Schiff. So it seems that the Saudi embassy is not even being used for diplomacy, if that means having difficult conversations with its critics. But we will not stop our criticism. We must stand in absolute solidarity with the Saudi dissident who are being terrorized by the Saudi government and who can cross no border to finally reach safety. I strongly recommend Mr. Connolly's bill for us to support, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to help move it through committee. I am looking forward to voting for it on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to speak on the legislation? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to staff virtually. For members currently in the hearing room, a member of the staff will bring a copy to you. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment.
You can say the amendments. You have a copy. Has everyone received? There's a copy of the amendment.
Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? Anyone who has not received one? Okay, the clerk will please report the amendment.
McCall, Amendment Number 79, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4507. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act of 2020. Section 2, findings. Congress finds the following. 1. Jamal Khashoggi, a United States resident, Saudi journalist, and Washington Post columnist, was killed and dismembered in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, Turkey, on October 2nd.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, all of us agree that the intimidation and harassment of distance anywhere is a grave offense. As discussed earlier, I've been adamant in seeking accountability for the killing of Jamal Khashoggi. I supported Mr. Malinowski's bill to impose sanctions on those who are guilty of his heinous murder. My amendment to today's bill speaks directly to the heart of the matter. It would impose sanctions on the Saudi government officials responsible for abuses against dissidents like Jamal Khashoggi. The United States must take significant steps to ensure that no other dissident of any nationality is the victim of such brutality. This committee has shown the ability to address difficult challenges, even when they come from our partners. And we must remember that Saudi Arabia is an important partner when it comes to countering Iran. Just this week, Saudi's internal security services broke up an IRG cell in Saudi Arabia. Today's bill would also force the closure of diplomatic facilities if there is harassment of dissidents in the United States. Any action against dissidents in the United States is unacceptable and must be punished. Closing diplomatic facilities may be an appropriate punishment, but I have serious concerns that mandating it could be harmful to Americans and U.S. interests overseas. Instead, my amendment calls for the President to take appropriate action in response to these offenses. We need to give the executive branch some discretion in the handling of these troubling and yet delicate situations. So I urge my colleagues to support this strategic and diplomatic approach to addressing this serious human rights issue without, at the same time, impairing our national security interest. And with that, Mr. Chairman,
Would my
I yield
friend
back.
just yield?
I yield back.
Mr. McCall,
I didn't.
would you,
I just yield.
All right, Mr.
Would you yield?
Connolly. Mr. Connolly.
all right, I'm recognized?
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to say I appreciate what Mr. McCall had to say, but what led to this bill was a lack of action by the administration. You know, Mr. McCall talked about how this committee has purview and review over arms sales, but the fact of the matter is the administration overrode that purview and review by declaring an emergency to justify arms sales going forward to Saudi Arabia without interruption. The fact of the matter is the administration refused to invoke the Magnitsky Act to hold Saudi individuals accountable. The fact of the matter is Secretary Pompeo, despite giving this committee assurances that this would be the highest priority and that we would hold Saudis to account for the murder of Mr. Khashoggi, no matter how high it went. And that was in direct response to my question to Secretary Pompeo. Nothing has happened. And as Mr. Sherman colorfully said, the worst that's happened is apparently some individuals involved or alleged to have been involved in the murder and the scheming of the murder have been banned from Walt Disney. I just think we've waited 2 years. And the death of this Saudi patriot and U.S. resident is not just distasteful or unpleasant. It's murder. And people cannot be allowed to use that kind of tragic incident, tactic, to further their diplomacy by silencing critics in the most extreme way possible. And at some point, I would ask rhetorically, when does Congress assert itself? When do we say that goes so far, we're not going to put up with it, and you will pay a heavy price? And as I said, I tried to respond to Republican concerns to tailor and refine the bill so that there was flexibility. It's not an absolute ban, but it has some teeth in it. And I think, frankly, after 2 years, some teeth are required. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I recognize myself to make a point of order that the amendment is not germane. The chair, is there any debate? Hearing none, the chair is prepared to rule, and I find again that the amendment is not germane on a number of grounds. Hearing no further requests for recognition, the question is to report H.R. 4507, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act, to the House with an amendment and the recommendation that the bill do pass. We are going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The question is to report H.R. 4507, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act, to the House with the recommendation that the bill do pass. All members, please turn on your video so you are visible to the chair, and wait to unmute your microphone until your name is called.
No, skip that. I'm sorry, in the opinion of the chair, say, in the opinion of the chair, the bill passed by voice.
Okay.
The ayes have it. Just say that again. Just say, in
Okay.
the opinion of the chair.
All right, well,
The bill passed by voice.
all right, we're going to, okay. All right, have all,
Just say, the ayes have it.
okay. It passed by voice, the ayes have it, we don't have to do it again, so disregard what you heard before.
We really meant it the first time.
This concludes our business for today.
Okay, and now, Mr. McCall, guess what? This concludes our business today. I
Fantastic.
thank Ranking Member McCall, as usual, and all of the committee members for their contributions and assistance with today's markup. Where's the gavel? Right here. Okay, let's make it official. Thank you very much, those who have stayed throughout the entire proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.